Test, test. Yo, I'm home. Back in Los Angeles for like a week. And then I go to Barcelona. So, also, if you see me looking over here, chat, it's because I got a new monitor. That's not my new monitor. My new monitor is actually right here, and it moves and stuff. So hold on, I can like move it. For now, it's over here. No, I have three monitors. One, two, three. This monitor is a 34-inch monitor. It's all chat. Hold on, I'll show it to you. Look, it is literally a 34-inch monitor that is all chat. Absolute insanity. I'll put something else there eventually. Um, but like this monitor is not good for streaming. Like if you want to stream chat, never get a 34-inch monitor. The aspect ratio sucks, right? Because instead of 16 by 9, it's 16 by 10. And no applications are built for 16 by 10. No games are built for 16 by 10. Everything we've literally crafted the entire internet around a 16 by 9 aspect ratio. All videos you watch is 16 by 9 or 9 by 16. Um, like streams are 16 by 9. Websites are optimized for 16 by 9. Like 16 by 10 sucks. And so basically, I have to change the monitor settings to 16 by 9 every time I want to stream and show my screen because then it will just, otherwise, it won't fit in the stream. Actually, like my ultra mod is great for games that support it. I mean, yeah, if you have games that support it, the games that I play just don't support it. By games that I play, I mean Valorant. Valorant does not support ultra wide. So, Warlow, what's up? Also, I can see the entire. So when I miss subs, because I will always miss subs, I can see the backlog of subs from like 2 minutes ago, essentially. So Tracy Poop, thank you for the 10 months, and then Tennis Ruler of All, thank you for the 4 months. That doesn't. That's weird. Because League does. Yeah, but I think it gives you an unfair advantage or whatever. I don't know why it doesn't. Why I have 16 by 10 in the first place? I don't know. It's also unwieldy. It's so long. You know what I mean? Like, what are you gonna do with all that length? You can't. Nobody can handle all that length. Gotta watch TikToks on there. Right now, it's just for chat. So, Mao Zedong, thank you for the 13 months. I can't read. I was in a vibe, thank you for the 15 months. That I come back to. I said what I meant. And then what is this stream all about? What is this stream about? Like today, or what is my stream usually about? Honestly, it's an overlap. It's gonna be the same thing. I want to be talking about the same thing that I usually talk about today. But I want to do it in a way that I think it will be impactful. You see, Fan might be pro-Israel. It's on the docket. It's on the docket. It's on the docket. I have to choose what I talk about very carefully because there is a lot of stuff going on right now and tensions are extraordinarily high and everybody is very mad. But just know that I was very mad first, okay? Everybody want to be me so bad. About just in case. I mean, you can be mad if you want to, do the verb, if you want the responsibilities. The streamer was like, "Ooh, okay, we'll start with that." Wait, there's a new Chainsaw Man movie already out. I got you live for the first time or second time, and everything exploding. I'm saying everything very high. I came for the chiller vibes. Not gonna lie, you came here for chiller vibes. I'm so sorry. You come here for drama. That's what all anybody has ever come here for. Maybe not that far, but like, there are no chiller vibes right now. The streamer space is imploding. Honestly, I am a little bit surprised the streamer awards was announced because of everything that's going on. You feel me? Think Piece is here. Oh, you're right. See, I can see the messages from like a while ago. Think Piece is here. What's up, Think Piece Tribe? Saw your emotional stream on Set Girls yesterday. The streaming community is so cooked, man. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'll start with that. Why don't I start with that? Not I still don't know what's going on. Listen, I literally it would be impossible for me to cover everything that happened the last 2 days in streaming outside of Hassan. Like we could talk about Ludwig joining Collargate and then reneging on Collargate, but still still fence sitting on Collargate. We could talk about everybody yelling at Ludwig for that, and then everybody yelling at Cutie for a stream that Cutie did with Vanilla Mace and KDB yesterday, and then everybody getting blocked. And then separately from that, but also tangentially related to that, Fan is going off and yelling on the timeline about something. I don't know what about. I just saw Fan going crazy on the timeline. And I'm just like, what is happening? Right? And that's before even getting to like the stuff that happened in this space. And then that's before even getting to the actual important, meaningful stuff. And that is like Mizkif being like a sexual assaulter and abusive to Emaru. And that's also separate from going back to the Cutie stuff, which is like what people got mad at Cutie for in the first place, was the Aiden Ross and Asmongold streamer awards. And then separate from that, you had Nina Lynn getting banned, and Zoe Spencer being banned for sexually assaulting a guy months ago, that I talked about months ago. That, and now I want to talk about this as well, because I literally talked about this months ago. You know what I mean? So he's unbanned now. That's not surprising, right? But I literally talked about this months ago, and this was like a known thing. And I just want to point out, people were still collabing with them and talking about them in positive terms. At least Nina specifically, right? And then I saw like Stable Ronaldo come out and say like that it took too long for Twitch to ban her. She should have been banned a long time ago. And I'm like, was she not invited to the phase party? So like, what are we talking about here? Like, he's not incorrect. He's not wrong that, yeah, she should have been banned months ago for that behavior on stream. But she was literally invited to the phase party. So it's like, there's only so much you can say, like this and that and this and that. You feel me? That is all of that literally happened the last 3 days. Literally, that was the last 3 days in streaming. And there's probably more that I don't remember. Rich Campbell came back today. Came back where? Your tweet, the pack up stream has never been so real. I made that tweet specifically because of the Emaru and Mizkif thing. But like with everything else that was happening, I was like, you know what, just pack it up. Just pack it up, just, you know, open the box up, put the stuff in the box, and then close the box and ship it out somewhere. Like it's we're done. We gotta call it somewhere. We gotta call it somewhere. You feel me? Like the space is cooked. But I'm not going to talk about most of those things today. I'll talk about some of those things, right? But I'm gonna leave a lot of that for tomorrow. What I want to talk about today is why I think this is happening, when it's happening, and how it's happening, right? Not the like Emaru Mizkif stuff, because like, you know, Emaru like has experienced that for years, and like so that's not like necessarily part of the conversation. But instead, why does there seem to be such strong backlash to people who are or to streamers who are associating with like bad shitty people, right? Are we cool with Haas again or not? I've never told you not to be cool with Haas. Right? I've never not been cool with Azan. What's the Gremlin thing? We're not talking about the Gremlin thing either right now. Right. I want to take a more general approach as to like um the original like tweet that like Cutie made that like made people very mad about the streamer awards. I want to revisit the is this a new time slot or something? No, it's not. This won't happen very often. I feel like you say you're friends with Hassan like every stream just to be clear, because people always come in here like, tell me how I feel about Hassan. I actually wait. Where's my notes at? Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna get my notepad because I have a lot of notes in there. Hello. You know what? Dance again. Dance down. Da-da. Da-da. This is my drawing book. Ooh, look at it. Okay. Grab the MS Paint. No, it's not MS Paint. Actually, I've been taking a lot of physical notes. Right? I've been taking a lot of physical notes recently. I actually enjoy it. My handwriting's terrible. It sucks, but like I enjoy like writing like physical notes. This is all about the video that I'm making at some point. You want me to, should I leak the title? Is the awesome Zoran statement, by the way? No, I did not see it. You know how to write in cursive? No. Leak the title. The working title right now is Wokeless. Yeah, I messed it up already. It's Wokeness Never Left. You just joined the other side. That's the working title right now. Fire working title. Thank you. Thank you. What about You Were Left Behind? That implies that like wokeness was the thing that was moving, and it wasn't. It was just people who were. You know what? I'm not gonna. I'll sit on it. But I have a take. The take is cooking. It's brewing. Um, but I'll also look at the finger that I drew. I drew a finger. I also drew other stuff. Because I had color pencils, but then I drew a finger, and I was like, this finger is actually not that bad. That's actually a pretty good finger. That's good. Thank you. That's my art. That's my art update at this point. I drew that from my brain. The only reference was my actual finger. It's like using the streamer situation to harass Taylor Reigns. I could not care less about what Ethan Klein is doing at this exact moment of my life. Maybe we'll look at it tomorrow, but like, I just cannot bring myself to be like, huh, what is Ethan Klein doing right now? And I think that's healthy of me. I'd rather die. Um, got as a crash out into relevancy. Yeah. Like honestly, like sorry, Ethan, there are other drama that people care more about than like whatever you're doing. I know that Miz also went live within the past hour. Yes, he did. Which I'm gonna actually I'm gonna open it right now just in case he decides to private it. But he hasn't privated it. He hasn't privated it so far. He hasn't made it private so far. So I think we'll be fine. But I'm gonna have it open just in case. Um, I clicked through it and I'm sorry. Why is Neon streaming with the title of Diddy Party Live? And why is Twitch showing it to me? Anyway, XQC already reacted to it live? Of course he did. XQC is literally a content demon. Derogatory. I'm saying that in the most derogatory way possible. He's a demon for content. Is he allowed on Twitch? Because Twitch doesn't care. Right? Nobody cares anymore, honestly. Like, we have arrived at a position, right? That, like, the streamers have stopped caring, right? Which is why they're going to be a subject of my video, right? But the audience has gotten more and more radical. You feel me? Like, the audience demands more progressivism, more radical behavior, right? It's kind of like it mirrors what you see with the Democratic establishment and the Democratic base, right? You have the Democratic establishment who thinks that they can just do what they used to do and still succeed. And the base is like, no, we actually want more. No, we're anti-genocide. No, you must move to where we are, or we're going to not support you. And now the audiences are doing the exact same thing for streamers, right? Streamers think that they can just do what they did in 2020 or 2025, or it's not 2025 now, 2020 or 2021 or 2022, and just like go live, play games, chop it up with people on Among Us or whatever, and then they'll like succeed and they'll make a bunch of money, and then their audience will just suck it up, right? That's not where we are anymore as a society. You know, like in the same way that like audiences for Hollywood movies are demanding like pro-Palestinian actors, right, or pro-Palestinian sentiment from the actors in these movies. And if you don't express your sentiment for Palestine, they're like, "Look, you get out of here." Which, honestly, they're not wrong to do. Um, you know what I mean? But like the the executives in Hollywood at large is just not keeping up with how fed up people are as a whole. You feel me? Because usually it's not this bad. Usually it's like people just, here's what the take was that I had, right? People utilize streaming and Hollywood and music as escapism, right? There are the woes of their life as working class people under capitalism, and they would go to these forms of entertainment to escape from the woes of real life. However, society, especially American like society, has deteriorated so far that there is no escape, right? You know, like your neighbors are being kidnapped outside of their homes. Feel me? Your trans siblings are being systematically removed from society, right? There's a genocide going on, being funded by the tax money that that the government is taking from you, and they won't even give you things like healthcare. They won't even fix your roads, and so you're just like, there is no escapism, right? There is nowhere for me to go. And now you open up your stream, you open up twitch.tv, and you look up your favorite streamer to watch when it was, oh, everybody's playing Among Us, and you see them, right? Multimillionaires completely ignoring the fact that your cousin just got taken by ICE. You feel me? Completely ignoring the fact that you see a genocide happening and you think that's reprehensible, but they're just, oh, we're gonna play a power washing simulator or whatever. You know what I mean? We're gonna play water park simulator or whatever. And so you see that and you're like, how out of touch can you be? Right? I'm dealing with the woes of my life, right? And you can't even like acknowledge like, hey, there are bad things going on. I acknowledge that, right? If you want to get away from that, come here, right? You're just like, hey, there are no bad things going on. Feel me? What a great life we live. Right? And people see that and they're just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? So I have a theory about this because so many streamers are upset about viewership dropping. I know something that changed, but political streamers are still doing well. It really does seem like people can't pretend anymore. Yeah, that's true. It's true. And people take their anger out for either if their viewership dropping or for their audience being more hostile towards their content and their lack of uh, you know their lack of coverage about current events, right? Or the lack of morals, yeah. And they take that out on the political content creators, right? On the political streamers. They look at us and they're like, y'all did this, right? Namely, they look at Hassan, to be entirely fair. They're not looking at me. You feel me? They're looking at Hassan. They look at Hassan and they're saying, you did this. It's your fault. You feel me? It can't be me. It can't be the fact that my audience has shifted, right? And acknowledge that a genocide is occurring and they want me to do that as well. No, it must not be that. It must be that Hassan's audience, their wokeness has infested and invaded, you know, into the wider streaming landscape. And if only there wasn't politics on the platform, everything would go back to how it was in 2020. Everything would go back to how it was in 2021. And it just objectively is not the case. Right? Because when you have literally Republicans who were like, dog, we gotta stop whatever happened in Gaza. Right? It's like 40% of freaking Republicans. And that's not even getting started about like the 80% of Democrats who believe that we should stop sending weapons to Israel. Right? It's objectively most of the country. So in most of the country is in an understanding that like, hey, genocide is bad and we should not be funding it. There's this abhorrent thing that is happening right now and we should be addressing it. And you see these multimillionaires who got rich and famous off the backs of the audience pretend like nothing's wrong. That's going to frustrate people. Apparently, Mulligan has described him as a senator for the left. I mean, it's true. Some woke viewers infested the country. Yeah. Population is not being heard on pretty much anything. Exactly. And unfortunately, streamers, uh, streamers are just the most accessible target for that anger. This is not unique to the streaming landscape. It's happening in Hollywood. It's happening in the music industry, right? It's happening to actual celebrities. People are yelling at Taylor Swift. The Swifties are mad. The Swifties are angry. The Swifties are yelling at her. The Swifties are calling her a mediocre white woman who doesn't use her platform well. If that's not indicative of where people are, I don't know what is. And unfortunately for streamers, they are just the most accessible targets for that anger. They are literally the most accessible celebrities. Right? Streamers are the only millionaires that you can directly talk to. I can't see this. You might have sent me a private tweet. Or you might have sent me a tweet from somebody who's blocked me. So. No, I think it's private. Or it's deleted. So I have no idea what it is. Chatter. You need to send a screenshot or something in an Imgur. But did that make sense? Does that make sense as to like why things are so or feel so different now? Because I saw this tweet from Abe that literally asked that question. Why does streaming feel so different now? I think also Cidion had a I don't know what Abe's Twitter is. Oh, I figured it out. Oh, here. That's the part that bothers me. It's these streamers who don't have moral fortitude to speak out because they don't want to risk getting hate, having a platform, and not using it out of fear. Then just get out. Yes, that this is how a lot of people feel as well. But I think that's a part of the same conversation, right? That's the same thing about like streamers just not meeting the moment. The audience has this expectation about like it is moral to speak out against the genocide, and you're not doing that, right? Right here. Now the question is, where is wait. There we go. I figured it out. Now I can do this. Now I can do this. Yeah. Abe said, "What is happening lately? I'm just trying to have fun and play games with my friends." Uh, not to find the Sydney tweet or I don't know if it's a screenshot or something. It was with the same sentiment, but I've seen it a lot. I've seen people being like, "Why is it different? Why does it feel different? Why does streaming feel different than it did in the past?" Right? And it's just that like people don't want escapism. How much do you think the COVID lockdown led to this? Like, I feel like online spaces got drastically more toxic since then. No, I think it's the opposite, right? The space was only like this, like to have fun, play video games. It was only like that because of COVID, right? Because that's when escapism was at its height. right? When at its peak, it was we're all trapped inside. We were all sitting alone in our rooms, essentially. We want to see people have fun. We want to see people do the things that we can't do, right? And that is how streaming got to the point where it was, like at the height. It was this virus is keeping us all inside. Let's see what's happening in other people's lives, right? And so that was the escapism, you know. But now, right, we are now 5 years removed from the start of the lockdown, and we are in the midst of a fascist takeover where the Republicans hold all three branches of government. The Democrats are doing nothing to stop them. You're seeing massive deportations. You're seeing bipartisan genocide from both parties when Joe Biden was in office and now when Trump is in office, right? With our tax dollars, and we can't get universal health care. We can't get student loan forgiveness. We can't have our roads fixed. We can't fix housing, right? Prices are skyrocketing. Tariffs are affecting everything. Like, there is no escape, right? You have a cutting snap. The government currently right now shut down. Like, everything is significantly worse. And then you open up your streaming like site thinking, right? Thinking you want escapism. People open up Twitch thinking, I want escapism. Please give me escapism. But they don't realize until they are watching these streams that are like, I don't want escapism, actually. Right? They're watching these streams and they're like, this is not making me feel better. Right? This is not putting food on my table, right? This is not going to make Snap, you know, or extend the time limit for Snap, you know? This is not going to make it easier for me to buy a house. This is not going to end the genocide in Gaza. This is not going to make my cousin be undeported, right? And like all I'm doing by watching these streams is I'm watching out of touch millionaires play video games with other out of touch millionaires, right? That's what the audience sees, and that frustrates so many people, right? And so when Ludwig says something about freaking Collargate, right? And he then like rides the fence, people get so angry. I would say slightly irrationally angry, right? They shouldn't have gotten that angry at Ludwig for that thing. You know? Like genuinely. Genuinely. Like it was like the amount of anger that was exhibited in that moment was like almost like unheard of. You feel me? And when Cutie made the tweet about Asmongold and Ada Ross's streamer awards, the amount of anger that she got was like completely outside of the realm I think that she was expecting, that I was expecting, right? And that most other streamers were expecting. You know what I mean? Like, and the reason as to why that is, right, is because people are taking out their anger from their lives on the most accessible, privileged people that they have access to. Right? And maybe that's unfair to the streamers, right? Like maybe that's unfair to the streamers, but you have to understand that it's a product of how society is right now. You know? It is a product for the way that people like interact with their material conditions. right? And yeah, maybe it's unfair. Maybe it's unfair to have that expectation of your streamers, right? It's not up for me to be say if it's fair or unfair, right? But that's just how it is. So what did I want to see the Peter tweet? Oh, yeah. Are you really real? I'm not worried about racist white people over not having food stamps. No, that's insane, chatter. And I won't even dignify that with an actual response. I'm just gonna tell you that is insane. For the Ludwig, it's probably felt like a lighthearted office drama concept. For normal people, it's more about the coordinated attempt to discredit the most popular leftist influencer who tries to advocate for real solutions for the problems the audience seeing in their real lives. Yeah, 100%. Right? Because I think what people don't understand is like outside of streaming, like the streaming space, Hassan is popular. Hassan is very, very popular. Genuinely. You leave this bubble, Hassan is extraordinarily popular. What Hassan advocates for is extraordinarily popular. Genuinely. He is. Because he's speaking to the issues that people have, they experience. Right? So even people who are like tangentially aware of like streamers, right? Especially on TikTok. Don't even get me started on the wokeness on TikTok, right? And they're not even the biggest fans of Hassan, right? But they're just like, dog, these millionaires only want to talk about like things that are happening when it's drama. They don't want to discuss like the fact that, you know, Snap's getting turned off. They want to yell at the guy who wants to discuss that. They don't want to discuss the fact that people don't have health care. They want to yell at the guy who wants to discuss that. They don't want to discuss the genocide. They want to yell at the only guy on the platform who wants to discuss that. That's what they see. That is what the, like, you know, the base sees. Like the working class people see. Even if they're not like directly Hassan fans, they'll be like, yo, I don't like Hassan, but like I hate all of these other streamers because they're out of touch millionaires who don't understand what I'm going through with in my life. You know what I mean? But in 2020, it was just a different time, right? Them being out of touch was a plus because it let people imagine that they were in that position. You know? Like them being out of touch millionaires, essentially, playing games with their friends, worked to their benefit because it let people who were stuck inside of their house during COVID imagine, what if that was me? That can be me, chat. All I have to do is buy a camera, strap it to my MacBook, and that can be me one day. And now there is just very little hope. There is not that much hope. Was there ever? And in 2020, there was. People were stuck inside. They could imagine a world that was like, we're not stuck inside anymore. You know? Thank you, sad girl. I appreciate that. So there was a little bit of hope for people. You know? Especially when you consider the election that was happening as well. Right? BLM, there was a lot of motivation behind BLM. The election was coming up. And so there was hope. There was like, hey, maybe there is a better world, right? Maybe there is a better world coming, and we could fight for that. Now we just had the election. We just had the election. The genocide is still ongoing. Prices are increasing. There is not very much light at the end of the tunnel. for a lot of people. Right? And then so the escapism, right? The apoliticism of the streaming space just comes across as hollow. You know, it just reads as hollow, and people are very, very mad because of it.
Sean the Black says,
Right?
she's my African princess.
And part of me
Don't
feels
Jay
bad
just subscribed.
for these streamers because they legitimately did not realize the tide was shifting. Partially because they're a little bit out of touch. But they just didn't realize it. They did not understand. Right? They could not see the brewing anger inside of not only just American society, but inside of their own base as well, inside of their own viewers. They just couldn't understand that. They couldn't fathom that being the case. Right? So now the anger feels irrational. Now the anger feels like things have changed. And yeah, they don't know how to respond to the tide shift. I can't feel bad. They can afford to eat in their meds. I mean, that's true. Right? And the added issue on top of that is that most of these streamers are only surrounded by other millionaire streamers. So it's not like they have anybody to tell them, hey, let's do some introspection here. You know what I mean? They're like, most of them are only like they only interact with on a day-to-day basis other people who are going through that same thing. You know what I mean? For your average Twitch viewer is 5 years older with nothing to show for it and probably having their money cover less. Yeah, 100%. And so I think because of that, the people who are hit by this less are like the phase boys, right? Is like Kai and them, right? The people who have the younger fan base who didn't grow up with things getting worse. But if you were a legacy streamer and you have a legacy fan base, a base that grew up with you for the last 5 years, right? Your fan base is 5 years older now. 5 years older. They've went through college, right? They finished high school. They went through vocational school. They went through trade school. They went through college, or they're 5 years deep into like working, and things are more expensive. They're saddled with debt. There's a genocide going on in their names with their tax dollars. Their friends are being deported, right? Their rights are being overturned. Abortion was struck down. And you're looking for that same level of escapism, right? That you got in 2020 when it was COVID, when you were in high school and college, right? And it just feels hollow now. It doesn't feel the same as it used to. Because of course it doesn't. Right? Your life has gotten significantly worse. Your material conditions have worsened. And then the same person who you thought for the last 5 years was telling you how much they care about you and your identity and your community, right? And you feel as though they're seemingly ignoring your plight and your struggles, right? That's going to frustrate you. You know what I mean? That's going to upset you. And so once they have the slightest misstep, right? Once that streamer slips up just a little bit, right? The dam breaks, and all of that anger that has been brewing up inside of those people, right? Inside of those viewers comes crashing out like a wave. And so it legitimately, it feels like it's out of nowhere. It feels like it's irrational. It feels like it's coming like just like it's a hate campaign that is sparked out of nothing, right? Like a tsunami just appearing thousands of feet in the air, right? But it didn't come from nothing, right? It came from where most resentment comes out of, and that is from the worsening material conditions of the population. Gentrification, there are 3 stages. First, platform attracts users with a good experience. Second, they degrade the user experience to benefit advertisers. And finally, degrade both the user and business experience to maximize profits for shareholders. The cycle results in useful servers being filled with more ads, less relevant content, all while the people on the platform experience the brunt of negative effects of streamers and their audiences. I don't even know if I fully agree that it's like specifically a platform, right? Because like most people can look past the platform getting worse or move to different platforms, but this is happening everywhere, right? We're talking about streamers, but it's happening to like TikTokers. It's happening to music artists who don't even have a specific platform, right? It's happening to Hollywood actors. You know?
Yeah, I'm good enough. In my suit, but with my hoodie on.
Never creative, just subscribed.
Never created a thing for the 13 months. Also, Marky GG's thank you for the gifted sub. Let's see what else I missed. Don Pojo, thank you for the tier 1. Himden, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, Guts, thank you for the tier 1. There's probably more than I missed. My ultra wide monitor cannot capture it all. I mean, we have lines down the block at food banks because of the shutdown and now SNAP. But our whole country is building a ballroom and buying private jets while we kidnap and blow up civilians. Seeing people that don't know what it's like to struggle or hurt who can afford that to check out is enraging. Yeah, 100%, exactly. Also, the streaming space, it rewards shallow exploitation of others for content, and it's more transparent now than ever. That's true, right? And so I think, and this is why I think Ludwig got so much hate for that clip, right? I think partially because like there were Hassan fans who were just like, "Wow, man, you're a bad friend. This is not a good friend thing to do," right? I think that was a part of it, but I think another part of it, I think the most important part of it, was Ludwig very openly saying, "Yeah, dog, this is a fucking paycheck to me," you know. Like this is a paycheck, you know. I get my money. I care about my money. That's all that matters to me. And I think people saw that and they was just like, "Oh, bro, fuck this dude," you know. Because while you have to worry about how you're going to feed yourself and your family, your kids potentially, when Snap gets cut, how you're going to survive in a world where, you know, the gas is just inexorbitantly expensive, so you can't even drive to work anymore. You've gotten fired from your job, and the job market is so abysmal that you can't find another job. You know, and like all of these things are just happening around you, and your family's being deported, or your friends are being deported. ISIS is like literally killing people in your neighborhood, right? You open up Twitter, which you shouldn't do, but you open up Twitter anyway, and you see Homeland Security tweeting at freaking hood edits or whatever. I don't remember what his name was. And you're just like, we live in a joke country. What is happening? You have no health care. You have student debt out. Hood genius. Thank you. Hood genius. You have so much student debt. You can't buy a house. You know, you can't afford your parents' medication. And you look online and you just see like rich people being like, "Dog, I do this for a paycheck. You know, I care about my money." You feel me? Like that will frustrate you. Like it's a paycheck. As you become more successful, you almost certainly become less connected to normal people struggle now. I don't know that is avoidable. I mean, it is avoidable if you just are aware of of your privilege, right? And you are aware of the shifting tides. You know, like it is callous, right? You have to be aware that things are shifting, things are changing, people are angry, right? And you speak to that anger, right? You at least acknowledge that anger. Hey guys, I see what's happening with the ice raids in LA. It's happening right down the street from me, and it sucks. I'm sorry. Nobody should have to live in fear that their family, who's lived here for years, is going to be taken away and separated from them. That's it. That's literally all you have to say. Like I said this in the video that I made about this. Right? Hey, look, this is my video. Wait, hold on. It's right. Okay, not this one. It's I thought this was the video, but it's not this one. It's here. ICE protests in LA. Why silence from creators is dangerous. Start with this. So, what I want to talk about today is about something that we saw happen a few days ago to yesterday, and that is large creators speaking out in support of either in support of the protests or against ICE as an institution. Right, it's something I saw with Tina, but also happened with Senna and a bunch of other creators speaking out against these things. And so I want to take a look at some of these things. Right? And so like this kind of thing, right? An acknowledgement of one woman streamer did it on Twitter and she got brigaded very hard. Okay, can you just stop doing all caps, please? I beg of you. I beg of you. Do it all the time. Chill with all caps. I don't watch non-political streams. Have they seriously not even done that much? Some did, right? Which is what I call out here, that there are some creators who did do it, but no, like there are creators who literally live in LA and have spoken not at all about the ICE raids that were happening and the protests that were happening. Yeah, this was a thing that happened, and that frustrates a lot of people, right? It does. It frustrates a lot of people. Because they're like, you don't understand where I'm coming from. You feel me? Yeah, I saw some of fans' replies, which we'll take a look at. Everyone on TikTok are using all the streamer drama in their campaign against Twitch. They go against Twitch because they want to pressure Twitch into having to ban Hassan, get positive PR. I don't know how that's particularly relevant. I think I say something about ICE. I mean, I can keep playing the video. You should watch my video on this, chat. I talk about it, what creators are saying, and talk about why I think it's important for creators to speak out on these issues, and why I'm so tough on creators to speak out on these issues deeper than just this one specific instance. Also, this person said that Tina talked about this for a while. That it was like a discussion, and this was just the ending part of the discussion. I am curious to see the full discussion. Here, we'll start with excuse me. We'll start with a long time ago. Okay, sorry, you're good, Chad. I was confused. I was trying to figure out how it was, how it involved this. No worries with this.
Of course, I brought it up because I want you guys to know that I don't frick with it, obviously. And I think sometimes it can be comforting to know that like the person that you're watching or supporting, still wants you around and doesn't want you to like have your family torn apart. or have everything you've like worked up to just be like ripped from you. So I just want you to know that I don't stand with it. That's about all. And of course, you know, if you have like resources to share, it's nice. There's, you know, if you see ICE, make sure you like call, you know, the respective numbers, you report them. Yeah.
Like honestly, the way she's saying it seems very like mellowed out because like Tina's very like soft spoken, but like she's saying call and report ICE. This is like a radical positioning here. You know what I mean? This is not like this isn't like just standard of like, you know, oh, just stay safe in your community. She's like, nah, if you see ICE, call and report them. Let people. Anyway, there's a full coverage of me talking about creators talking about ICE. That's amazing. Yeah. She was like, call and report ICE if you see them. But yeah, the Face Boys get more charitability now because they have spoken out in favor of Palestine or against ICE, even like them as an ICE thing. I feel like that causes viewers to trust them more compared to a Ludwig or a Cutie or who don't talk about anything. People want to feel like their struggles are acknowledged and they lash out when at those who don't do so. I think the Phase Boys are different because it's just a different audience. You know what I mean? I don't think you're inherently incorrect, but like the Phase Boys audience is just different than like the audience of like a Ludwig or a Tina or a Cutie or, you know. Like I think there's like the Phase audience is not inherently more progressive, right? But I think like Ludwig's audience is like more progressive than like the Phase audience. You feel me? Like Tina's audience is more progressive. The Phase audience is just like they're kind of TikTok brained, and TikTok hates Israel, so like they're also gonna be anti-Israel. You know what I mean? And maybe not Led's. No, Led's audience is like more progressive than like the average audience. It has it in its title right now that he's raising money for Gaza. This is true, right? I'm not like this is not like a dig at FaZe, but like I think the FaZe has been better than like pretty much every other streamer like space on like Palestine. Let's be real. You know, not anymore after TikTok was bought out. I mean, the switch hasn't happened yet, but like TikTok, the base on TikTok is like is better. Like they're good on Palestine, which causes the FaZe audience, which is like a younger TikTok-esque audience, to also be good on Palestine. You know? And like in Palestine specifically. Don't ask them about other issues. Do you think some streamers don't talk about ICE and fascism because they see it solely as a content type and not really a thing that will affect them? Yeah. They just don't really care. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't affect them. Like it's not okay. It's not that they don't care. It's that they don't think about it, which is basically the same thing. But me saying that they don't care feels like it feels like I'm saying something malicious. It's just that they don't think about it. Like they genuinely, it does not cross their mind. Right? It's more ignorance than like malice. It doesn't cross their mind. Like why would it? Like the effect of like Trump's policies and like the genocide, like they play video games for a living and they make millions of dollars. It's not something they think about. You know what I mean? Like by and large, it just isn't. You know, And anything that they put in the box of politics is something that they just don't touch because it gets in the way of, like, you know, of doing like their job, essentially. Is there a point where ignorance becomes malice? No, those are just different things. Ignorance can't become malice, right? Unless it becomes just a different thing. Like, ignorance is just like not just being aware. But if they learn about it and they're just like, I'm not talking about it because I don't want to, that's malice. That's no longer, you can't be, if it's malice, it cannot be out of ignorance, right? Because malice is intentional. Defending your ignorance is absolutely not hostile. Well, then it's not ignorance. Like, it's not true ignorance. You feel me? If they are aware that they are ignorant and then they're like, I'm gonna stay in my bubble and separate myself from learning about more things, that's not ignorance anymore. You know what I mean? Yeah, that would be indifference. Exactly. It's not vital to their survival to notice or care, so they don't. Yeah. Arrogance. This is a word that can also work. Indeed. Right. Anyway, but the point is like, that's my perspective on like why it feels like for the past 2 days the viewership has been very hostile, right? And you can see that manifest itself with like Cutie talking about the Aiden Ross Asmongold collab thing or whatever, if you know what I'm talking about. Oh, excuse me. Jeez Louise. I have so many freaking tabs. This thing. I did the tweet from Cutie as a joke at first, but people went insane over it. Yes, people did go insane. Right. So this tweet was from Dexerto that said, Asmongold and Aiden Ross are planning to collaborate on a streamer award show. We got to figure out categories, hosting, presenting, getting people there, incentivizing people to go there. And then Cutie said, people ask me my opinion on this, and to be honest, there are a ton of categories that they could do that I think would make the show unique and special. People ask me every year, they do the drama categories like best breakup, best cancellation, best drama, etc. I actually think that they could lean into that and make something incredibly entertaining that neither of them are afraid of doing. In other words, I don't see them as competition because I know that they would make a unique product. I'm confused by that because I read the tweet as it being like, you can have these categories that I would never touch. Not that she's going to work with them, or but I've heard multiple people say that she's working with them. I don't think I saw people saying that she's working with them, but I did see a lot of people. She just said that they can't. They can't do it like I do it, right? It was a polite insult. Yes, right. I do understand the take of people being like, the way I read it, like people don't really understand the art of shit talking anymore, right? Like she's shitting on them by being cordial or whatever. I read it as her being sassy. Yeah, and that's fair, right? That's fair. The problem is people don't want you to be sassy to Nazis. That's the issue. People don't want you to be passive aggressive to Nazis. That's the issue, right? You don't engage with the Nazis, and if you do, you're hostile to them, right? You're passive aggressive to a coworker that you don't like, you know. But Asmongold and Aiden Ross have been the cause of so much harm, right? That people, even engaging with them, right, and giving them any credit, even if it's sassy credit, is going to come across as like you're not taking their harm seriously. Especially when nobody in the space takes the harm that they cause seriously. You know what I mean? And that frustrates a lot of people. Right? Nobody, no, absolutely nobody. People still collaborate with Asmongold. People talk around Asmongold. They collaborate with Aiden Ross. They talk around Aiden Ross. They treat Aiden Ross like they're like the coworker that you don't really like, but they just let them still be around. And nobody actually addresses the true material harm that these two cause. Right? So there was an expectation for Cutie to, if Cutie is going to address them, to address the harm that they cause. And this tweet just wasn't that. Right? So I don't think Cutie was wrong for doing this tweet inherently. You know, I can acknowledge that she was being a little bit sassy. They can't do it like I do it, so I'm not worried about them. Right? But again, as I was saying beforehand, the space is just in a different, like, it's in a different place. It's not what it was in 2020, right? The material conditions of the viewers have worsened and worsened and worsened, right? Fascism has risen and Nazism has grown. And nobody in the space is addressing it outside of like Hassan. That topic, FaZe and LSCS are extremely racist towards Indians and black people. Like, you just see how they react when an Indian/black woman appears on their Hinge. Also, Hinge content is weird. I agree. But that's listen, the FaZe conversation is a slightly different one that I will not be delving into. What would she have said? I assume you mean what should she have said, and my answer is nothing. Overly sensitive? I mean, yeah, no, yes. Like the answer, yes. These people are overly sensitive, but that's because, right, they're rubbed raw, you know? Like if you have rope burn, right, on your arm, that space is going to be sensitive. It's going to be more sensitive than the rest of your body. Yeah, because you just got rope burn on it. These are marginalized people that are harmed, right, by society, by the rhetoric from Asmongold and Aiden Ross, by Trump's policies, by the increasing presence of ICE, by the genocide, by, you know, the worsening material conditions. So yes, they are sensitive. They are very sensitive. And they are very on edge. Right? Because they are the most marginalized people among us. People are actively harmed all day long. They're going to be sensitive when they're trying to relax and they see this shit. Yeah. When I see that Amaranth clip this year, I was shocked by how blatant it was. Yet there were people still being pally with her. I don't know what Amaranth clip we're speaking about. I don't know every integrate drama that has happened. The proposed show targets Cutie. They're still gonna chirp if she says nothing. Then let them chirp. Let them chirp. She was being anti-trans and pro-ICE in one sitting. Did I cover that? I don't think about Amaranth, honestly. I don't I don't think about Amaranth. So I just don't know if I covered that or not. Also, Gusta Manson, thank you for the gifted sub. You did cover it? Oh, well, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Anyway, but like that's the point, right? The point is that that's why the reaction, uh, you know, the Amaranth bit was Peach and Seer would have been hilarious. True. That's a good point. It would have been funny. Um, honestly, just because I don't think kick streamers have the capacity to be funny. That's just me though. I think streamers are often more relatable, especially when they start out when they see someone they originally viewed as someone at the same level, success level as they are, something get big and they're gonna enrich. It makes them insecure and wonder why they can't get ahead. I don't know what that's referring to specifically. Never seen a funny kick clip. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, but that's why I think people were so mad at this tweet. Again, I don't think this tweet demanded the amount of anger that it got, right? In the same way that I don't think the Ludwig clip demanded the amount of anger that it got. But it got the amount of anger that it did because people are very on edge, because their material conditions are the worst that they've been in decades, essentially. Right? And for the young people who watch streamers, it's the worst that they've been their entire life. You know? Her response to the anger didn't make it better either. That's also true. Right? But I think from her perspective, right, she didn't understand why people were angry. Right? She from her perspective, it came across as like, oh, like these are just overly sensitive people. I just read Ludwig tweet. I've been saying it for like a while. I think it was well deserved. No, even like I think that like backlash was like deserved for the tweet because I talked about it as well. But the amount of anger that it got was not like proportional to how bad his language was in the tweet. You know what I mean? Ludwig has said and done worse things than he said in that tweet or that clip. You know what I mean? Like there are plenty of reasons to like get mad at Ludwig. I think that being why people were so angry came for the reasons why I spoke about. You know what I mean? But that's it. I think that like there's a disconnect, right? There's a disconnect between the viewer base and the streamers. There just is. There's a disconnect there. And I don't think streamers are ready to reckon with the fact that like there is that disconnect. You know? Disappointed to that Q doesn't get why people are angrier than usual. She's around 20 people to talk about real life shit. I mean, I can understand you're on Twitter and you just see people yelling at you and you're just like, why are people yelling at me? You misunderstood what I was saying. Leave me alone, kind of thing. Like I get that. That makes sense. I understand. Just love fans on Twitter. Yeah, okay. That's the next thing. That's the next thing. Where do you even start with the fan? I have a tweet saved. But like, okay, actually I know where to start. So in response to the Ludwig clip that we talked about, it's actually not the quoted cutie video. It's from Wait, is it? Oh, it is. It is quite a cute video. Wait, no, it wasn't this. It was the other one. Sorry, there's another one that I was talking about. It was she made a response in response to this tweet as well. Everybody's just tweeting right now, okay? Maybe we should all just get off of Twitter. Maybe that will solve a lot of our issues. If we all just get off of Twitter. By we all, I mean you all. I'm staying on there. I get good engagement. Twitter is literally my most successful platform. So I get like millions of impressions like every week. It's literally my most successful platform. I'm not leaving it. But you all should take a break from it for sure. Who broke 100K likes is never leaving. No, you don't understand. I broke 700K likes. I'm definitely never leaving. I break 100K likes like bi-quarterly. You feel me? Like I broke 700K likes. That's bro. I could sell my account for a pretty penny. Like emotion now, I'm saying, which is why you should vote for me for the Streamer Awards. The Streamer Awards. The nominations have opened today. Just go ahead and you can log in with either one of these. You just scroll yourself down past all of these categories. Don't even worry about them. To number 30 out of 35. And just go ahead and put me in Rising Star, Sean the Black. All right, done, King. Thank you, Sad Girl. I appreciate that. One of you best Minecraft streamer. Thank you. I also appreciate that too. Vote for me for Rising Star at the Streamer Award. Do it for me. How many times have you voted for yourself? As many times as I can. I activated the mules. Someone dropped the link. From FanFan to vote Sean for Streamer Awards. Listen. FanFan should also vote me for Rising Star for Streamer Awards. Is you're not already a star? No, see? You have to understand. It's for streamers who began the year with under 1,000 average viewers. And I have begun the year under 1,000 average viewers. Tweet her and ask her for a nomination. She will call me a slur. Is there a limit, or can we just put your name everywhere and let them figure it out? It won't be as useful because not everybody else is putting my name for other things. I would say we consolidate putting my name for Rising Stars specifically. And also the beef with Hassan is over because he retweeted my tweet about this, I think. So I have no more beef with Hassan. Except I do have beef with Hassan because I DM'd him and he did not respond. And I was like, I knew it. No, but seriously, is FanFan drunk? Are y'all actually surprised that FanFan is tweeting like this? Like legitimately?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
I thought you were memeing.
I live when I believe.
I thought you were joking.
Hannibal_bourgeois just subscribed.
I am because I've never interacted with her. Yeah, but I don't watch her. So I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest. He didn't respond because he big timed you. True. She's an edgelord. It's her thing. Exactly. That's what I'm just like she's quite literally like an edgelord. Like the edginess was like the entire point of her, like a big part of her persona. Right? she's edgy. She says things that are like raunchy. What tweets were not on Twitter? I will get to her tweets in a second. Alright, so apparently, yeah. Anyway, we'll get to it after you vote for me for Rising Star. Once everybody does that, then we can move on. I love that I put my monitor right here, but it's literally so out of the way that I literally never even look at it. And see all the messages that I missed. The dilemma of not knowing which my favorites vote for. Sean C. Okay, is Sean C even going for Rising Star? Can you run for governor of California while you're at it? I can't even vote in California. I haven't lived here long enough. I quite literally haven't even lived here long enough to establish residency to vote in California. So I don't think I can. The C man, indeed. Chauncey doesn't even want to be part of the streaming space like that. That's what I thought. I just don't want to be a part of this. Be for real. That's okay. I understand. You guys don't have to yell at me. Better Sean. Okay, you spelled it incorrectly, but you know I will accept that. Thank you very much. The combination of Fan being edgy. I'd vote for Sean over me. That's crazy. The competition would be Justin Bieber. He's also a rising star. He has not streamed for enough hours. So let's see. Let me see if I. Yeah. See, this is the problem. Nobody ever reads the fine print. And by the fine print, it's literally like the first thing on the page after the title. To be considered for any award category, nominated streamers must have been streamed for at least 200 hours in the past year. So you need 200 hours streamed to even qualify for a category. You know what I mean? Can I vote FD to Black? That's what Austin Shell's been streaming again. Maybe. You should be able to same day vote in California by filling out a form of registering to vote that day. Saying you aren't voting another state is what I did my first here. Thank you, Chatter. I probably will not do that, and I will probably continue voting in North Carolina because my vote matters more there. I was literally said on Fear, and that's why he's streaming again. Stream more. Oh no, I hit 200 hours, chat. I'm chilling, right? But like, make sure that the people you are voting for have also hit 200 hours before you vote for them, right? Because I would hate for you to vote for somebody and you have like two options and be like, I want to vote for this person or this person, right? And you vote for the person who can't even qualify in the first place. So at least check and make sure that you are, the person is actually eligible to vote. Thoughts on North Carolina Dems leader Anderson Clayton? I don't know who Anderson Clayton is. Is he a new leader? Where's the link? Let me vote. Thank you, Chatter. W. Here's the link. Can I get a pin mods? Or Doodleburb? I think Doodleburb is the only mod here. She's the youngest den party chair in the country. She's like, I don't know, 26. Oh. That must have been new. As in like the last 2 years. Like I was in North Carolina, so I should have known that. Did the girl not go get water? No. It's probably Dasani, Coke flavored water. Anyway, sorry. Okay, back to the topic of discussion. I nominated you for Sapphire. You're gonna get me canceled, please, please, please. You're gonna get me canceled. So Fanfan has been replying to some people, but I haven't even seen this clip that like people are talking about. Cutie, when your boyfriend Ludwig has the gay card and was at TwitchCon making fun of queer people. I don't even know what that's about. I don't know how to pin your message. That's so funny. You know what? I'll pin it. Where to go? Pin. Boom. Play. I didn't see it either. Is Ludwig gay? No, Ludwig's not gay. But apparently he's queer baiting and has a gay card. I don't know what that means. I'm so confused. He was Gamer of the Year? Wasn't that like 2 years ago? Was he Gamer of the Year again? He has a printed out meme idea of a gay card. Do you want a 10 minutes clip of her ranting from this? Honestly, not really, no. I don't want to spend too much time on like Cutie's rant. I want to get more into like why Fanfan is slaying slurs. Is when your girlfriend allows you to be gay, I think. Did I miss the straight memo? Did I miss the meeting? Was I kicked out of the group chat? Why did nobody inform me that this was a thing? I've literally never heard of that before. I've literally never heard of like the gay card, which is like your girlfriend gives. I don't have a girlfriend. Never mind. Never mind. That may be part of the problem. Zero baddies. To be fair, there was a baddie at the conference. If you had a gay card, you would still be in the group chat. Is chat not your girlfriend? I would rather die. Anyway, gay card clip I found on Twitter. There's like apparently there's like 17 different layers of lore that you have to like wade through to figure out what is happening. Bro, you miss a day on Twitter and it's just over.
Are you like a top or a bottom?
Okay.
What?
Oh, you bringing out proof?
Motherfucker, what the hell is that? What do you have? What is that? And what is it used for? What do you have
He
that?
said, what is it used for?
Gay mean hard, nigga? That's why I have that gay. What do you say, gay? The happy club.
Dicks, bro. What are you talking about?
Yo, what's up with you? Yo, who you feeling like, bro? Wait, hold on.
Why you doing that with your neck?
I just put a trap. Does it look good?
Yo, I would bend you over the fucking table, put your fucking head right here, and just stroke you immediately. I'm dead ass. I would fuck the shit out of you.
Me. You're trying to fuck me.
You're not gonna crack my mans before me.
Wait, what the fuck?
No one's cracking this guy before me. Get out of here.
Are you like a top or a bottom?
Okay, so I guess that's the context for the gay card thing. I don't know if we needed that context. I think we could have imagined it, but okay. Making fun of queer people and when your new besties from FaZe that you are obsessed with are homophobic and transphobic on the daily, what do you expect us to think when you are actively associating with them?
It's not comfortable.
This is my perfect example. It's like, okay, I collab with Lacey. Lacey makes some homophobic jokes sometimes that I am not comfortable with the homophobic jokes Lacey has made. Lacey knows that he can't make those jokes.
Wait, is this just the same? Is this okay? Hold on. Is this just the Tina Kitten conversation all over again? Is this the Tina conversation again? Is this gonna happen every 2 weeks? Volume is too low? Oh.
It's not comfortable.
This is my perfect example. It's like, okay, I collab with Lacey. Lacey makes some homophobic jokes sometimes that I am not comfortable with the homophobic.
I'm sorry. Someone said that KDB is 2 pixels, and that's so funny. Where did all the pixels go? What has happened to the pixels? The camera quality is so bad. Sorry. Okay. So focus. I'm trying to figure out what the context of this is.
It's not comfortable.
This is my perfect example. It's like, okay, I collab with Lacey. Lacey makes some homophobic jokes sometimes that I am not comfortable with the homophobic jokes Lacey has made. Lacey knows that he can't make those jokes around me. That does not mean that I am homophobic, believe it or not, everybody.
Yes.
Like, you are not who you associate with. Like, shut the fuck up. You're like, you don't build bridges by burning them. That's not how it works. Like,
it's not comfortable.
This is my perfect
Okay,
example.
you want my hot take, chat? Do you want my hot take? Hear me out. This is a good take. Do you know who Cutie sounds like in this moment? Cutie sounds like Hassan.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Ricky Roses just subscribed.
Just like, and like, I'm not even saying that like as a bad thing, right? I'm not even saying that as a bad thing, right? Because again, to a certain extent, I don't disagree that like, you know, isolation is not going to make like racist people not racist or like homophobic people not homophobic. There is some truth to that. Right? So like on principle, from what she's saying here, like I don't inherently disagree. The way I don't even agree with it fully when Hassan says it, but the reason why I think it's different with Cutie is because like Cutie's not like an activist, you know? She doesn't like do politics. You feel me? Like she doesn't have like an overarching goal to like convert racist people or convert homophobic people. And so it sounds very similar to something that Hassan says. Right, but that's just, I think that's how it comes across as different when she says it. I don't get her point about building bridges either. It's just like, this is why I said it's literally the exact same conversation that like we talked about when it was Tina, right? Because Tina said the same thing, right? Tina said that like, I'm going to be around people that I don't agree with, but I can't change them. I can't correct them if I, you know, just leave them out to their own devices and I'm not there, right? It's the exact same conversation, I'm assuming. You know what I mean? Talking about de-radicalizing, yeah. Like well, you got timestamps on your Chatterino. Doesn't all Chatterinos have timestamps on them? Isn't that like a thing Chatterino does? Yeah. Oh, Chatter. I think you're the person who's weird. In real life, you can't just ban someone and think that solves a problem, but you got to work it out. In theory, sure. In theory, sure. Sure. I don't inherently disagree. What is this? It's not coming from a place of knowledge and activism. Cutie has never done anything outright to educate or make a stance on issues. Well, to be fair, we don't know about like what conversation Cutie's having with like the Phase Boys off stream. You know? And so I think you just kind of trust Hassan to do that more than Cutie, right? Because Hassan also has these conversations off stream as well. So like the point is that we don't necessarily know, but I'm saying that trust comes from the fact that like Hassan does politics and does advocacy in a visible way so we can see, right? And you know, you just don't see that with Cutie, right? But I don't inherently disagree with like the fact that like somebody needs to talk to like the racist people, you know, that is true. However, right, there is also truth to the old adage where it's like, if you sit at a table with, you know, 10 Nazis, you know, it's a table with 11 Nazis, right? Like when you have an allowance for bigotry happening, people are going to associate you with that bigotry, even if those conversations are happening off stream, or if those conversations are happening on stream and off stream, but they still have decided that they don't want to change, you know? Like, it's a wider conversation that's not as simple as like, no, I need to talk to the racist people so they're not racist anymore, you know? That's just how I view this clip specifically. But like the clip itself is not inherently important. I want to get to whatever fan's talking about because like that's the crazy part to me. Right. So fan then responded and said this: Is it really bad? Is it really a bad thing for someone like Cutie to give a chance? Wait. Is it really a bad thing for someone like Cutie to give people a chance to learn and improve? She actively condemns things people say, even when it's a joke made in bad taste. And from an outsider POV, it's evident that she's taught people a lot about how their words hold weight and can be much more negatively perceived than they realize. There's so much more to her intentions than the phrase "you are not who you associate with" implies. And in my opinion, criticizing her for this heavily nuanced sentiment that was just boiled down into one simple sentence discounts everything that she's been working for, which has no doubt always been inclusivity and cohabitation. So let's go down the fan fiction. It's bad. No, we are here to get to the fan fiction, chatter. We are here to get to the bad stuff. Okay, that's why we're reading this right now. We're not just like here for the laughs, for the lulls. We are here to get through and wade through the water. Oh my goodness. What I realized, if you're a creator and you are like 4 replies deep, you stop. That's my oh god, they both follow me. Both of these people follow me. But like no, if you get like 3 to 4 replies deep as a creator replying to fans, you just gotta call it. You gotta call it. You're like, nope, I'm done. You just realize it just doesn't get productive anymore. Let's see, which will we start with? This one? Or is it this one? Okay, so there's 3 different threads. Oh my goodness, there's so many replies. Okay, I'll save this one for last. Let's start with this one because it has the least amount of likes, I think. Yeah. So this person said, which I don't know if this person follows me. Let's check. Oh, they do. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm the problem. Everybody involved with this follows me. It is literally 3 out of 3. And then here, she follows me too. And then here, this person follows me too. These are all just my followers. Maybe I am the problem. Maybe it's me. Maybe I am the CEO of Antifa. No, I follow you. I'm not involved. I'm supposed to be a streamer, so maybe you are. Stop. There's your engagement. Listen, okay. Think about it like this. Like 50,000 people follow me. So like the odds that the people who are involved in this conversation also follow me, they're a little bit high, you know? So it's not my fault. I'm not involved with this directly. Can I send a link? It's an Insta post on FanFan's Insta. Just a random Insta post? Like how does it relate? If it's related, then I guess. Can you block a few people over that discourse? I waited till I'll follow you too. They don't. Okay, I checked. I did check because I did get a few posts being like, "Cutie blocked me" or whatever. And there are some people who don't follow me. But they were like Tina Kitten stan accounts. I saw some Tina Kitten stan accounts. I saw some Valky Ray stan accounts. I saw some Mi Young stan accounts. Right. I didn't see any Shonda Black stan accounts. It wasn't me. Please, officer, I'm innocent. Please, officer, I'm innocent. It was not me. I saw some cutie stan accounts even going after her. True. Did Oleon block you? I mean, I can check. I don't think so. Wait, no, her account's gone. She left Twitter again. This one, okay, it wasn't me this time. Genuinely, it literally was not me this time. Kitty does not operate her Twitter. Is this a new clip?
Somebody that is blocked, which is awesome. Because for the record, I don't even do my own blocks. All these people get so defensive when they get blocked by me, and they're literally blocked by someone else.
Probably just a block list. I mean, maybe. Maybe. This is about a stalker account, by the way. I don't know. I don't know what this is. It's supposed to. I don't know the intricacies of like how much Cutie operates her Twitter. and I don't think it's necessarily particularly relevant, right, to the discussion. Neither is the only anything. Here, we'll save the anti-piker link. But we're going to do this. This person said, I love your streams, but I don't know how you can say how their words hold weight and care.
Sean the Black says,
oh my goodness.
she's my African
and
princess.
can be so.
Lieutenant _ Snits just subscribed.
Lieutenant. LT Snits, thank you for the prime. And Jarek Troll, thank you for the tier 1. The person said, I love your streams, but I don't know how you can say how their words hold weight and can be much more negatively perceived than they realize when you're still using the R slur. And question mark, I'm not the one teaching people to be better or leading by example. I'm also not the one virtue signaling or acting like I have the moral high ground here. Lamau. I don't even agree with this. Like, I mean, like, this is virtue signaling. No? Like the first tweet is a virtue signal. Right? Like, it's literally a tweet being like, oh, you're mad about this? Well, I'm actually not mad about this. And this is, let me explain to you why you were actually incorrect and why I'm actually right. Like, this is a virtue signal. You're signaling virtue over the people who are angry about this clip. But even past that, being like, yeah, I used slurs, so what? I never claimed to be perfect. Not in the way that right-wingers think virtue signaling is, because it's not woke. I mean, that's true, I guess. It's not woke. So, like, it can't be virtue signaling. This person said, so when you stay at Cutie's house, do you just not say it? Has she tried to teach you? Is she failing at teaching? Surprisingly enough, even someone like me has mostly stopped saying it, so I know it works. It does slip out sometimes, though, when interacting with people like yourself. You're proof that simply being kind does not bring progressive change over time. I almost never say it, but now I will after receiving the slightest criticism. Did I say it? You are quite literally insinuating it, but yeah, let's get held up on technicalities and try to deflect your ableism. I can't argue with the side of Twitter who still thinks that used our slur to be ableist. Why is she responding? I actually don't have an answer for you. But I genuinely, I don't have an answer for you. Hubris? I mean, maybe, but like, these are streamers. You get your fix of your attention, like, by just going live. You don't have to like get people to pay attention to you by like yelling on Twitter. You can just go live. You know what I mean? Defending Cutie. I don't think this is less of a defense of Cutie and more a defense of like her usage of the R slur. You know what I mean? Like, it's less about defending Cutie and more about like just defending that she wants to use a slur. But like, why do you care what like somebody named Stop Normalizing Chuds have to say about your usage of the slur? You know what I mean? Like, why? Like, that's what doesn't make sense to me. Like, why do you feel the need to like argue with these people about why you should be allowed to use the R slur? That just doesn't like, make much sense to me. Also, yeah, this is like the third. We're going in order of like how bad it gets. This is the least bad it gets. Can you use the R slur? I'm confused. No, we're talking about fan and fan's usage of the R slur. It gets worse? Yes, it gets very bad. But let's continue. Fine then, you're simply comfortable with certain communities feeling like boundaries with such charged word is invalid. Either way, it's gross and deserving of criticism. Mind you, I'm not even arguing. I'm showing you a side that is largely ignored. And you're like, oh, she didn't reply. Maybe she tried to internalize this. No, she just started talking. She started replying to a different person. And so we're gonna save this one. Here, this was the first tweet that we already read. The person said, "Would you feel the same way if it was about anti-Asian racism instead of homophobia?" Actually, it doesn't matter. Actually, it doesn't even matter. You think using the R slur isn't ableist? Hey, this is referencing this post. There is no way you'll ever see where I'm coming from, Lamau. Aren't people like you supposed to be all for reclaiming slurs? What does she mean by that? What does she mean by that? What does people like you mean? Because if you think about it, just think about it like this, chat. Like there's been like a single community, maybe like 1.5, but like a single community who has effectively been able to reclaim a slur. You know? So I'm just like, my most charitable take is internet SJWs, but even that feels bad. Yeah, if I was being like the most charitable, like she's talking about like woke people, and that like woke people by and large are for the reclamation of slurs in general. I guess. Maybe, but like, is that true? No, like woke people, like, or like SJWs are not like for like, yo, let's all reclaim slurs. Like, not even all black people are for reclaiming like the N-word, right? Not all queer people are for reclaiming the F slur. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know what. I am confused. But like, people like you is kind of doing some work. I will say, people like you is doing some crazy work there. But yeah. So I don't think she ends up responding to this anymore. Well, this was a funny, like, people like you. This is a funny post. It made me laugh. But no, it gets worse. It gets worse. So again, this is the original tweet. And this person said, I mean, they went back and forth for a while. Wait, is this the same? Okay, this is the same thing. Yeah. This person said, "Hey, fan, remember when you tried to smear a pro-Palestinian cafe as anti-Semitic and said that they engaged in anti-Jewish protests? Fueling a Zionist smear campaign is all you did these past 2 years of genocide in Gaza. No wonder you're desperate for people to be charitable to your ilk."
Has drama. Wait, what's the drama? Wait, what's the drama? So
my
the
God,
drama
stop.
at this cafe is apparently
What?
the owner is like hates Jews.
Why?
Yeah.
Wait, how do you know that?
Because there was some drama, and this was like a few months ago. I heard.
Hold
We had
her,
to sit
dude.
and talk
Yeah,
about the
I heard this was,
drama.
like,
a few months ago. And
Why?
I think the owner was like throwing a ruckus. Like they basically had riots outside here
Why?
to like protest the fact that they don't like Jews. I don't know if they fixed themselves.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they might like Jews now.
Like, when was that?
I don't know, like 6 months ago?
Oh, no, I thought they probably haven't changed.
I don't know.
Like,
But
that's
I've never met
crazy.
the owner or anything. I've only been here one time, and they were not, well, I'm not Jewish, so.
Oh, okay, they were okay.
So I guess they were nice to me.
Okay. Oh, we can see if they're nice to us today with our camera and stuff.
Yeah?
Hello. Everyone belongs. Hi.
Has drama.
Wait, what's the drama?
So like,
Tomorrow Cafe on Melrose Avenue, Los Angeles. I live in Los Angeles. Received unflattering publicity this week after it was revealed that she participated in an anti-Israel protest. Racist settler expansionists aren't welcome in LA. It really sounds like she's lying about a YouTube prank drama or some high school friend not being anti-genocide. Yeah. Wait, there's important context. Yeah, so okay, I can read it. Joan was seen holding a megaphone and allegedly screaming at Jewish men and women who tried to enter the synagogue. That Sunday morning, a real estate convention was. We talked about this. A real estate convention was held there, selling apartments in Israel. Pro-Palestinian activists asked people to attend the event and claimed racist settler expansionists aren't welcome in LA. So it was against like selling real estate, right, on settler colonial territory. Only charitable take on this one is that she's still ignorant of what's happening and has been staying away from it and got tricked by a Zionist saying the cafe was anti-Semitic. Yeah, but like that's something you need to like correct, But here's her response to that. She said, just repeated what everyone else was saying. Oh my goodness, what a fantastic defense of yourself. That's bravo, genuinely. Just repeated what everyone else was saying. LOL. How the fuck was I supposed to know? Anyway, I can't believe you're on Twitter right now when a genocide is going on. Yeah, no, I have no idea why people are upset about this. Yeah, just a completely innocuous message, a tweet that's just, just there's no idea why people were mad about this. I have no clue. No clue at all. Is today the day where every shooter decides to show their how big of a dick they are? I mean, we started stream today talking about why that's the case. I don't think what I talked about today applies to FanFan though. I think she's just a troll, right? She's a rage baiter. This is kind of her thing, Trying to sort of see all the paths converge finally, and people having to reconcile with themselves over their choices. I can see that. She's a bad person for attention and found a way to make money from it. I feel like we just said the same thing. Kind of far from trolling. No, I think it's pretty close to trolling, but I think we said the same thing. To which this person replies, FanFan mocking the Palestine genocide using the same language as rabid Zionists and right-wingers used to dismiss it. The accusation against you is that you decided to use Zionist smears against pro-Palestinian businesses and now you use their mockery. Shame on you. Oh, that's a good tweet. Good tweet, actually. Sailor Moon is one of my reply people who are very aggressively against like America veterans. Not into a point where I'm just like, like it's a problem, but it's like something that you notice. I don't. It's not bad up and out as alt, but like there are some similarities there. Tillman goes crazy intense, but they're low key right most of the time. No, for sure. Like I haven't seen much that they are like, incorrect about. For like I will say, but like they pop off, and this is an example where like they're popping off. I gotta give respect where respect is due. I gotta get for sure they're bad up and out a fan. That would make sense. But they were on the mailer sailor. They were on the money with this tweet. To which Fan then replied, why didn't you highlight the part that said screaming at Jewish men and women who tried to enter a synagogue? Oh my goodness. She's not trying to defend selling real estate in settler colonial territory. She's not trying to defend like the destruction of Palestinian homes to be sold to like to Zionists who want to immigrate to Palestine and take the land for themselves. She can't. What is she? She can't be doing. I don't believe it. That's insanity. I communicated with them privately back when it happened. If you must know, real life individuals had real life repercussions due to this business. What? Like, who did she communicate? Communicated with who? Like, she communicated with the people who were trying to buy like land, right, in Palestinian territory, or she communicated with like the business itself. Because I cannot believe that she was communicating with like the Zionists who were like, "Lo, let me just buy land on Palestinian territory." That I would be insane. She's probably lying, to be honest. Yeah, but why would you lie about that? What an insane thing to lie about. That would be crazy. She's like, if you must know, I actually reached out to the people who were trying to, commit war crimes in Palestine. And this business who was trying to protest them made them feel really sad and icky. Is Israeli PR and streamer emails that hard to believe? No, but she said that. Oh, I guess she said she communicated with them. But like, honestly, I'm in the camp that she's lying, genuinely, and she's trying to come across as like a pseudo activist who like engage with people in the real world. You know what I mean? Like I genuinely think that she's trying to like, or she's lying for a point, and the point that she's trying to make, or the point that she's making, doesn't compute in her mind. That's like, it's not a good point to make. That like you were like, not only misrepresenting this business owner as being anti-Semitic when they were protesting genocide and apartheid in Palestine, but like you then communicated with the people who wanted to further perpetuate that apartheid and colonize like Palestinian land, essentially, right, and settle on Palestinian land. Like it doesn't make sense to me. what was happening in the synagogue fan. Those rabid Zionists were being yelled at for buying stolen Palestinian land that Israel illegally expanded to the West Bank. Read the full article. Put that Berkeley degree to work, girls. Stop with the Zionist propaganda. As a non-political person, every action can be equal to her. Both sides always have a point. Yeah. I just don't understand the context and is trying to lash out the. I just don't think she understands the context. Trying to lash out the replier. Obviously, not a good idea with sensitive topics. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, I think she's trying to get a dunk, right? But like, you have waded into waters that you are not prepared for. You know what I mean? You have waded into waters that you are not prepared for. The third reply, stop looking at the replies, chat. They're not important. You know? And this is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier. And that is streamers not realizing the tides have shifted. Like, she's being fucking ratioed by people who have 400 followers. You know what I mean? She's being ratioed by people who have like 1,500. She has like 100K. And obviously, ratios aren't everything, but like, it's a good indication of streamers just not understanding or realizing, right? I did miss this, but honestly, I'm not even going to open it up. Right? But like, streamers not realizing that like the tide has shifted. The tide has shifted. She didn't help Cutie at all with this. Honestly, I think she may have even hurt Cutie more in her attempt to defend Cutie. In her attempt to defend Cutie, right? She's now put Cutie in a perspective of like, or in a position of, does Cutie continue to interact with Fan when she defends her usage of slurs and is being pro-genocide? You know what I mean? Like, it literally will just reinforce what people are saying about this conversation to begin with. I don't think they care. No, you're wrong, chatter. Everybody involved cares. There's a reason why we're 12 different Twitter replies deep. We are 12 Twitter replies deep because they do care. Everybody cares. They do. Care to change, I guess, then? Okay, yeah, they don't care about that, obviously.
Sean the Black says she's my African
quotes from
princess.
talking about how she's reflective of the type of friends Cutie has. You're absolutely correct. I don't know. I don't think, like, legitimately, I don't think the space is ready, right? Or is caught up to how much the tide has shifted. I don't. I think you're going to see this continue to happen for different streamers. It will continue to grow. It get bigger and bigger. And it's going to start affecting people's streams. It's going to start affecting people's viewerships. And then that's going to get them mad right? That's going to upset them once it starts affecting their viewership, right? And then they're going to start retaliating again. They're going to start lashing out again. And then it will just be escalatory. You know, that's literally how I view it. Honestly, it already has. Yeah, but I think it's going to get worse. Does this even have any material impact though? Depends on who. Material impact for who? You're right that this is a microcosm of what's happening across the entire U.S. market right now. Same with companies going all in on Trump, having misread the vibe shift and getting blown out because of it. Exactly. Like what happened with Target, chat. Target literally had to fire their CEO. They had to replace their CEO because they've gone into their third or fourth consecutive quarter of making $0 freaking dollars, right? Because they misread the tide shift. They thought, okay, everybody's getting rid of their DEI programs. We're going to get rid of our DEI programs. Right? Disney had double their normal cancellations last month for the month of October. Double. They lost like a few $1 billion in the markets. Starbucks is begging and pleading for people to come back. McDonald's is like, please, please, we don't do the genocide. We're not even pro-Israel. We hate Israel, actually. Please come back. McDonald's is begging for people to come back. Society has shifted. The tides have shifted. The tides have shifted. And I don't think like the ruling class, I don't think the bourgeois class understands that. I don't. You can't have normalcy. There is no normalcy anymore. People's material conditions have worsened to the point where normalcy does not exist. It doesn't exist. And I don't think streamers have reckoned with that fact. I don't think music artists and labels have reckoned with that fact. I don't think restaurants, right, and customer service enterprises have reckoned with that fact. I don't think Hollywood has reckoned with that fact. And I don't think the Democratic Party has reckoned with that fact either. We're seeing a divide between the genuine, actual working class, right, and the anger there, and the ruling class. And this is just a small microcosm of that in the streaming landscape. Seeing a good one to when you're comparing streamers to a megacorp with massive overhead. Streamers, even when canceled, can maintain enough of a hug box to stay afloat to cause because of small overhead costs. I mean, it's still what's happening, chatter. I'm not saying that FanFan's going to like implode as a streamer and then like she won't have anybody watch her anymore. Right? But I'm saying the anger that you see expressed here is the same kind of anger that you see expressed towards Target. It's based in the same thing. Right? It just is. We're going to see a lot of streamers make small right-wing pivots because the progressive audiences they cultivated won't follow them down the road anymore. Platforms about to get more reactionary very quickly. Yeah. I agree with that. Like, getting the internet is mad. Yes, they can just survive this. I mean, for a little bit. Right? But I think the I think the actual genuine problem is that people were just gonna start leaving Twitch and just stop watching streamers. You know? You just will. Twitch already has a hard time holding on to its base in the first place. You feel me? The only reason why it's still around and has the market share that it has is because there is no alternative. He goes to TLDR of all the Twitch streamer drama from your own personal political perspective. No, I cannot. There's no way for me to distill it down into like a TLDR.
Fluffy Oatmeal Cookies just subscribed.
Fluffy Oatmeal Cookies, thank you for the prime. You're right on the nose with streamers not realizing the tide is shifting. Another big signifier than Asmongold's last band. He thought he can get away with genocide apologia. That's true, but he's doubled down at this point, right? And I want you to remember the fact that like these streamers let Asmongold get away with it. Pretty much everybody. Pretty much everybody on the platform let Asmongold get away with it. And your audience does not like that. Right? Like Asmongold's audience is a very, very loud minority on the platform. Right? He's one of the largest streamers, but you have to understand that like when it like as it pertains to like the entirety of the platform, most people don't watch Asmongold. Right? What did Roachman do this time? Oh, exist. Literally, he just existed. So that pushback happened when Ray said that she talked to him. Yeah. Speaking of Asmongold, he did performative support for Emeru, uploaded his reaction to YouTube, and less than an hour later welcomed another prolific predator friend, Rich Campbell, who assaulted an adult actress back on Twitch after being unbanned. I haven't even gotten to the Emeru stuff yet. We're saving that for tomorrow. But that's not surprising.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Rich got unbanned.
A sweat UIB just
Listen,
subscribed.
Twitch is literally making the worst decisions. I literally cannot describe like the absolute worst decisions that Twitch is making. Honestly, it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. Which isn't paid by OCK ever since he went away, by the way. People don't know he got paid by every OCK event after he was canceled. Is it about the Saeed Assault thing? I'm not sure what happened. Oh, I have not talked about that specifically. I did talk about it a little bit earlier. I talked about it when it happened, chatter. I was one of the few people who actually talked about it when it happened. Right, but we'll also cover that tomorrow as well. Don't get used to this streaming time, chat. Unless I'm going to have 1,500 viewers every time I stream at this time, in which case this will be my new streaming time. I will literally only stream like at this time. 100%. I like this time slot. Hear me out. Hear me out. 4 days a week, I stream at my normal time in the morning. 3 days a week, I stream at this time. This is too late. Okay, like that. W. Dub. This time slot is mostly open for me. See what happens. 2 streams a day. That is literally not happening. Again, I would need at least 2K or 2.5K subs because I would need to quit my job. Present for this time to rather than early in the mornings. When's our 30-hour stream? When I get back from Barcelona. Do y'all want to IRL stream in Barcelona? I'll take on the Emery situation. I'm happy Twitch isn't turning over his stuff without a warrant. I was reading that. That being said, I hope the cops get that and do their job. She gets the justice she deserves. I mean, that wouldn't have had to have been the case if Twitch did the job of like holding him for the police to actually arrest him at the convention in the first place. You know what I mean? Like that should have been how it would have worked. But I don't disagree that like you don't want to have a precedent where like Twitch is just handing cops personal information of users. Because then they would just be like, cops would be like, hey, give me this user information, and then Twitch would just be doing that. You know, I do understand that precedent being a little bit iffy, but Twitch failed by not having him arrested originally. So like, they should have not done that. I guess they don't want to dodge an abduction charge or something because they don't want to pay for legal and have it all be profit. No, you if you have security, your security can hold somebody if they commit a crime until the police arrive. You know, like it wouldn't be abduction if you have like hired security for that. Which also apparently Twitch was supposed to be working with the cops. What happened to that? Twitch literally was like, we are working very closely with San Diego PD before the con happened. And you're telling me this happened and like somehow the cops were nowhere to be found? And this is the problem with like working with the police and like just robust security. It doesn't work. Twitch literally said, we are working directly with San Diego PD for TwitchCon. And this guy was able to literally walk himself out of the doors and then leave and F off somewhere. There were hundreds of security officers. There were cops. They were working in conjunction with the convention. And this guy was able to walk away. But yeah, cops stop crimes. Taylor was saying Twitch had a bunch of plainclothes cops in the building when it happened. I mean, you know, and we know that cops don't stop crime. They don't. Cops don't stop crime. They show up, take your notes, shoot your dog, and probably assault your wife. And then their wife when they get back home. That's what cops do. Don't forget Candy Crush. They also do that. And flashbang your baby and shoot their own partners. Yeah. And kill your dog. I already said kill your dog. That was the first thing I said. And trip on sidewalks and fall down slides. I love that video. Okay, I need to show you. That's what we'll end on. I love that. I love that. This is one of my favorite videos.
Why was it so?
How did he get such speed? There's literally no way he could achieve speed that fast. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Seriously recreated the cop slide. Like he's going insanely fast. Like that's so fast. It's like a drying machine. The closest someone got. Apparently parents had a problem with this slide. Tried to bring it to attention of the city board. They ignored it until the guy sent a video to prove nothing was wrong. And then this, that's so funny.
Oh shit! You alright, bro? Are you
Bro.
Oh shit!
Bro, okay, it's raining here. So that's different. You know what I mean? It's raining here. He has like the lack of friction from the rain inside the slide. You know, so that speed, I can see how he gets that speed. The cop was raw dogging it, bro. That slide was dry. It's a covered slide. Yeah, but you can see he's wet here. Right? So he's wet when he goes in. Also, the slide's also wet. Right? So you can hear it. You can hear the slickness.
shit? You alright, bro? Are you
It's like a water slide. But here it's full raw. Sorry. Sorry. Focus. Anyway. Yeah. Vote for me for the streamer award. Rising Star. Cause I think it sorry, I'm still laughing at that video. It's so funny. It's so funny. It makes me laugh so hard. I want to go on the slide now. Chat, at 5,000 subs, I'm flying out to wherever this slide is, and then I'm going down the slide. It's such how people are ejected with such speed. That's so funny. Yeah. In conclusion, there's one last thing that I want to show y'all. And this will be the last thing I'll talk about today. Tomorrow we're talking about the Emeru stuff. We'll talk about the Saeed stuff. We'll talk about the Chris Broad stuff. Will we be going over who you'll be waiting for on a later stream? Sure. But I know that there are a few people who are going for a few categories, like for Rising Star. Sorry, for Hidden Gem. For Rising Star, you're putting me. That's it. There's no other options. Yeah. Nanjay wants it too. Yeah. I know Jason was going for it. Nanjay was going for it. Sorry, I have to ban that chatter real quick. Why you up? Cause I got home from the flight and I slept on the flight. Moz, chill. I banned them already, chatter. All right, I'm on it. I'm with the quickness. I'll just put Sean on every category. Okay. While I appreciate that, I'll do that, chatter. There are a lot of black and brown creators that I think you should nominate for these categories. I know you're memeing, but like genuinely, like there are a lot of black and brown creators, right, and friends of the show that like you give you give a shout out to. You feel me? Trevor, best speedrunner. I don't think I've speedrun a single game on this channel. Yeah, I wanted to show this video because I saw this video this morning while I was at the airport, and honestly, I partially felt disrespected because I'm like, this is literally what I said, exactly what I said. If Emerald doesn't get Sapphire or another big one, I'd be surprised. Wait, hold on, wait. You reminded me of something, chat. Was Fan the streamer last year who got mad at the Sapphire Award being a thing? Because it was like DEI for women or whatever. Was that Fan? Somebody got mad at like the Sapphire Award. Because it was like, why are you making like giving women their own thing or something? Was it Emeru? Somebody got mad at it. It was Emeru? Oh, okay. So that's why racism. No, I genuinely couldn't remember which one person it was. Just Googled it. No, I was right. You guys are the racist people. No, y'all are racist. I am very categorically not racist because I was correct and y'all were wrong. Suck my nuts, bro. I told you I am not racist. I literally told you. Y'all coming at me being like, I'm racist. Oh, Sean's racist. It was 2 years ago. You said last year. Okay, potato, tomato. All right. Doesn't even matter. I was correct. It was 2 years ago. Emmy was last year. I don't believe you.
This sounds like pity award. This sounds like pity award. I don't want to put anyone because it sounds like pity award. And I don't think these people, I don't think Caroline or Kaide need to be pitied. I think they're just good streamers in their own, you know, it sounds like a sympathy award. So I feel wrong putting, let's just put adept. This sounds like pity award.
I was so right. I was so right. Chamber was upset about being the token woman in the streamer of the year or something. Fair criticism, in my opinion. I don't necessarily think so. Just because, like, because again, that's why I said like DEI, right? It feels like getting mad at DEI because you feel like DEI is like pitying for like black people, or affirmative action because you feel like affirmative action is pitying for black people. You know what I mean? Like the entire point of it is to understand and recognize that there is a disparity in the way that people are recognized for talents, right? And that this is a way to try to correct the disparity. And sure, theoretically, it should just be, based purely on merit. But what you have to understand is that merit was not the only thing to get like the men to the place that they were at, right? They also benefited from like the patriarchy and like being in a male-centered space. And so I don't think it's inherently wrong to like, look at other things besides merit for like marginalized people as well. Right? Like, do you think like freaking Asmongold got to be the biggest streamer on the freaking platform based purely on merit? You feel me? Yeah, I knew I wasn't tripping. Here, we'll see what Emerald said. It's the same clip.
Yeah, guys, I'm nominated for Streamer of the Year. Don't you guys think it's kind of funny how, the token woman is in every big category but the woman category? I wonder why. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Whatever, I'm not going. Yo, David, thanks for the—
He'd also always hammer into—
I'm very confused about the like I genuinely I have no idea what the point is there. So I still think I was correct and you guys were wrong. That is a little different. Exactly. I was correct. You were wrong. I knew what I was talking about and you are the real racist. Thank you very much. I was right. You were wrong. And I think you're coping and you're just sending me a clip that is tangentially related to cope. That is it. That is the case. Thank you very much. Read my second to last comment. You can just post a comment again. I know it's worth doing, but if you talk about the stuff happening in leftist Twitch, I would say get on some ground rules with chat because they will become rabid. I'll just start banning people if that's the case. But also, we're not talking about it right now. We're talking about Christian divides, stealing my thought processes.
Clips work. I got white people in my comment section being like, "Oh, I guess you're making whites happy now. I guess that's what you're doing."
Oh, here, sorry. Here. We're running back from the beginning.
I need the Hassan fans to chill the fuck out on black people right now. Holy shit. You are making this way worse than any of the actual clips were. I got white people in my comment section being like, "Oh, I guess you're making whites happy now. I guess that's what you're doing." What? I got at least 10 people in my comment sections telling me right now that Hassan has done more for black people than most black activists. Huh? Also, like, me and Hassan aren't besties or anything, but I've met him in real life. I got his number. What the fuck are y'all doing? People are all up and down my shit talking about how the left is eating itself. You know what is really eating yourself? Yelling at every black person you see that this content creator you really like has done more for black people than black people. Huh? I'm trying not to tweak the fuck out about it, but y'all are really making me lose it. For real. And this is with the disclaimer that a lot of people are trying to stretch this out to be something that it's not, making a lot of bad faith interpretations and not really getting the full context of it all, as well as people using Sudan as like a bargaining chip for moral superiority when it's like a real fucking place with real fucking people. This is such a hot mess, but I want you guys to know, and I'm specifically talking to the Hassan fans because I think there's a solid overlap in who my audience reaches and who Hassan's audience reaches, right? This tirade you were going on, and I'm gonna connect some dots, okay? This tirade you were going on, I need to understand two things that just happened back to back. And I'm sorry if this is a reach. Don't get mad at me. I'm talking to the fans. I'm talking to those people in this audience, okay? The amount of forgiveness I see commenters specifically, like commenters who consider themselves leftist. I have people who have leftist in their title, communist bro, this, that, and the third. I'm watching them in my comment section based on just like one little comment I got. Give ample amount of forgiveness to Graham Plattner for the sake of the movement. And I think that y'all should do a self-check, go look in the mirror, Take your hat off, take your glasses off, put your hand on the mirror, stare real good into it like this, and consider why you have more patience for a former Blackwater mercenary who had a goddamn Nazi dog whistle tattoo. Why you have more patience for his reform than you do like black people who feel a little uncomfortable about something.
This take sounds familiar. It does, doesn't it? Man, this take sounds familiar. I feel like I heard that somewhere before. Deja vu.
Think about it. Think about it. I'm in the books too, guys. I know that class struggle is the ultimate struggle, but I am black first. I'm gonna need people to remember that. I think that class struggle is the ultimate struggle. I am black first. I am black first, and I can only tolerate so much shit talking to me about this, as well as shit talking to other black people about this. And y'all need to chill the fuck out. This cycle is making me so mad that like I'm now like losing my actual, because there's like a real point being made. If I remember correctly, the actual clip is about how black voters in New York City are not a monolith. And now I'm just fucking pissed at these chuds in my comment section who are engaging in a very classic thing that all black people have experienced, where someone, because they've done something good or done something kind or have like a certain set of beliefs about black people, the moment you're like, hey, like a thing you did made me uncomfortable, or like this thing made me feel a type of way, they're like, excuse you, don't you know I went to blah bitty blah bitty blah bitty blah? I was at 3 BLM protest, and now you didn't like that I said this way? And what's crazy about it, you're not even doing it for yourself. You're doing it for a man who does not know who you are. A man in his mid-30s who I'm sure can speak for himself. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit.
Yeah, he stole your motion because my chronically offline mom texted me this morning asking about this Hassan guy, and now she's a Christian follower. I mean, it is what it is. Listen, I'm not on TikTok, and that's where like a lot of people get their news from, right? But just know, I said it first. I just want you to know that no matter how many black people you say or you see saying this take, I was in the mud, chat. I was in the mud. I was in freaking Hassan's freaking subreddit getting called a woke radlib race card player. You know what I mean? Like, I was in the trenches. Like, literally, like, freaking 8 months ago. Like, 8 months ago. I was fighting this fight. And now Christian wants to waltz all over into my territory, stealing my takes. No, but seriously, I genuinely don't think Christian saw my coverage of it. I just think that, like, he's black and I'm black, and we came to the same conclusion dealing with the same group of people. And I think that should be indicative of a wider problem. If me and Christian, who have never spoken before, we're not mutuals, I have never engaged with Christian and he never engaged with me, if we completely separately from each other came to the exact same conclusion, Now he's watching. Honestly, we could check. I don't know his Twitch name. Let me see. I can see if he follows. He has a freaking famous birthdays. Where's my famous birthdays at, bro? Let's see. User. Oh wait. /user. Nope, he doesn't follow me. He's never been in here. But yeah, Like if we both separately from each other came to the literal exact same conclusion, that should be, you know, that should invoke something inside of you. Maybe he saw a clip. I did see a clip going viral and shit about his Hassan Shetler did the same thing to him when he was covering Zoran's speech. Which one? Like the Zoran calling out Islamophobia? Like today? Yeah, really? I'm sorry, you have to explain what they were doing, because maybe I'm confused. I'm sorry, yesterday. Well, okay, chat. It just turned into the next day. I mean, you meant whatever. The same thing he talked about the issue. No, he did both though. He talked about the issue both days. Just send me a link to it. Send me a link to it. I want to see what like. On Friday they talked about Mandani's speech. I don't know. I was at a conference. I can't keep up with everything that's happening in the world. I want to see what the chatter means, but they said like, they were doing it to Hassan. So they were being like, I don't even know how they would have done it to Hassan. Like what did they do? What did they say? He talked about the speech both days because one day he did the speech in front of the crowd, and earlier today he watched the video of the same speech, but it was produced. Saying that talking about his own experience with Islamophobia was making it about himself. They call him a hysterical Muslim. The chat? Yeah. What? They underplayed his experience with Islamophobia and dismissed the struggle of biting your tongue on discrimination. They basically said he was playing the victim card. What? Hours and 12 minutes. Yeah, this is the VOD we were watching. Right? And then later on he gets into something else. Did he start what is he why is a black person on screen? Oh, it's Christian Divine. Okay. I didn't recognize it with the button on. 2 hours and 12 minutes.
God damn. Have access to. Okay, that bricked me. Is predicated on negotiating access to hegemony, which anti-blackness theory would argue black folks don't have access to. Okay, that bricked me. God damn.
YouTube unspeeded. I don't know what I'm looking for. I genuinely have no idea what I'm looking for. I'm just trying to understand what the chatters were saying. I think it's here.
My God, bro, this is literally 1-to-1 the same convo that I had with my grandfather.
Told me I did not have to tell people I was Muslim.
Oh my God, bro, this is literally 1-to-1 the same convo that I had with my grandfather. 1-to-1. I've told you guys this before. My grandfather was like, dude, nobody knows your name is Hassan.
TLDR, he was equating Zoran's speech to Islamophobia to his personal experience on the same thing. Chatter came in and said he's making it about himself. What?
If you want, just use Dogan. Your last name already sounds westernized. Piker. Nobody will know any better. Don't ever fucking tell a single person that you're Muslim. What are you, stupid? Either change your name, make it about you. Oh my God! Of course I'm going to use my own personal experience. I've talked about it before, you dumb fuck. What is wrong with you? What do you mean? What am I supposed to do? He said, go ahead, make it about you. The fuck?
Okay, Chatter was baiting.
Do you guys not understand how Islamophobia works? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Do you not understand how this works? Yeah, it's a commonly shared Muslim experience in the fucking Western world. You've been in here long enough. God damn.
People.
I'm validating his fucking experience, saying, oh shit, verbatim happened to me as well, and something that I've talked about in the past.
His eyes kind, his beard proud, and his face heavy with the implications of the unsaid.
I don't understand the... At the very least, like when chatters are like being anti-black and who are yelling at like black chatters, I understand what their goal is with that, which is like we're trying to like advance the left and you're making it like hostile to white people by like talking about your issues. But like I guess it's the same thing. Hassan talking about how he's affected by Islamophobia is like you're making it hostile to the left by like I don't understand what their beef with that would be. You know what I mean? It is I'm confused. Does it happen again? I'm confused. Either narcissism or rage baiting. It feels like rage baiting, right? It feels like the chatter was baiting. If you're using idpol argument, no, I would need to see more examples of it. It feels like that one chatter was baiting. But y'all said it kept happening, so I would need to see more examples of it. But I cannot believe that people. I can believe that like white leftists will go into Hassan's chat and like will just do anti-blackness and not want to hear the black perspective. Hassan's not black, so I get that. But I cannot believe that like white leftists would go to Hassan's chat and be like, sorry, Sweaty, you can't talk about Islamophobia. Go back to catering towards white people. You know what I mean? Like, I would need to see more. The white people don't like Muslims. I mean, sure, but like, I need to see more chatters. I need to see more, cause like Hassan is the subject of the content. Like black people aren't the subject of the content, so like it makes more sense if that happens to black people. But Hassan is the subject of the content. Oh, they were saying Zoran's doing identity politics. Oh. Where was that at? Send me that then. I want to see that. Where are the chatters who were saying that? Say Zoran was doing identity politics by talking about Islamophobia. Because that would be more aligned, like more in line with what I was discussing. But and that would be absolutely insane. It's coming up, keep playing. That's what I was asking.
Had not learned the lesson that he had been taught time and again. It is the lesson that safety could only be found in the shadows of our city. That it is in those shadows alone where Muslims could embrace their full identities. And that if we were to emerge from those shadows,
yeah, this is like
in
the
those
talk
shadows
version
that we must leave our
this
faith.
This is the talk version that like black parents have with their kids, but for Muslims, I think. You know, this is like hey, maybe I mean for Zoran,
yeah, it's white supremacy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's shared overlap for sure.
Especially difficult because he's brown too. You know what I mean? Like at least I got the white shield on me, you know, so I could get away with like really fucking, really being like, I don't know what you're talking about. But I chose not to do that.
These are lessons that so many Muslim New Yorkers have been taught again and again.
Okay, we're gonna speed up a little bit.
And over these last few days, these lessons have become the closing messages of Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Lewa, and Eric Adams. Yesterday, Andrew Cuomo laughed and agreed when a radio host said that I would cheer another 9/11. Yesterday, Eric Adams said that we can't let our city become Europe. He compared me to violent extremists. And he lied again and again when he said that our movement seeks to burn churches and destroy communities. The day before that, Curtis Lewa slandered me from the debate stage when he claimed that I support global jihad.
The speech is diabolical.
And every day,
I mean, I've heard the speech before. So, like, we're here for a specific reason. We're here for a specific reason, chat.
PAC ads imply that I'm a terrorist or mock the way I eat.
Yeah, also, one other thing about the global jihad thing is that it's a double bind, as I've described before. It's the same with, like, intifada, right? Global jihad, or jihad as a term, or martyrdom as a term, means something very different in Muslim culture and in Arabic in general, right?
Yeah.
But jihad in and of itself, in the way that Americans understand it, in the way that Westerners understand it, implies you're going to fucking kill a bunch of non-believers or whatever, right? But Muslims, by and large, do this calculation every time they have to address shit like this, because jihad means struggle, right? Like working out is jihad,
is he running
right?
for mayor
It's just
or
like,
a defender of Muslims? That has to be a hater, right? That has to be an op. For sure, right? That can't like actually be like a Hassan fan. Because that would be that like I speak so far about like how white the chat is and how hostile the chat is, but even that does not sound like something that like the chat would say. Like that sounds like something like an Asman chatter would say.
Describing that to people is going to make you come across as like insincere. A lot of people are just going to look at that and be like, oh, here we go. This guy is just really trying to dupe me into believing this, right? So in many circumstances, people don't even fucking bring it up. Muslims don't even bring the shit up. They don't even choose to address it. And they simply address what people think jihad means, right? There's a reason why it's a common unisex name in the Arab world.
I haven't eaten all day.
But that's it. And the same goes for...
Literally, I haven't eaten since yesterday.
Intifada, like he chose to once describe that it is the Arabic word for uprising and that even the Holocaust Museum uses Warsaw Ghetto Intifada, right? So when people say globalize the Intifada, they're simply talking about globalizing an uprising, okay? And it doesn't matter how people perceive it. Like what it actually means is having a revolution, committing to a revolution to uplift people, to engage in emancipation for all people. So like he explained it once, but people didn't give a shit about it. They were like, shut the fuck up. You just want all Jews to be murdered, and that's what I'm going to go with. So then he had to make this calculation in his mind as a visible Muslim dude to literally drop it, to be like, oh, it was really hurtful to Jewish New Yorkers. That's insincere. I can say it openly, okay? When he says that, that's actually the insincere part, okay? He was being honest initially when he first responded to the globalized the Intifada narratives, okay? He was right the first time, and then people kept hammering him over and over and over and over again, so he had to just suck it the fuck up, okay? He had to suck it the fuck up because he's running for mayor, and he knows how these narratives can take root and become an issue. I didn't think that he was, he should have done that. I think that like when your opposition is framing things in an insincere manner, you don't have to actually lean into their framework, and he did, and they never stopped. It's not like...
Enemy Charlie, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. I honestly, completely forgot what we were doing. I completely forgot what we were doing. I was ordering my food and I got so distracted. But welcome in. Hello everybody. Hope you had a good stream. Here's a timestamp. It's 20 minutes away from the point of the VOD. Thank you so much. I can't chat yet. You should be able to. Your message went through. How do I change that? How do I fix it? Mods, change the follow timer. Mods? Mods? Thank you. Wait, sorry. I got distracted again.
Because if you
anyway, how
don't
was
do
stream?
it,
What did y'all do? W mods. Hi, hello. It was a thing for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. All right, give me 2 seconds. Yeah, no, this chatter is definitely an off. I don't believe this is a real chatter. I don't believe it. This is an op. This is an op as a fed or okay, not a fed, but like a hater. Early main streamer, I told her you were on late tonight. I think I met Charlie at the TwitchCon.
Maple takes gifted a tier 1 sub to Enemy Charlie. They have given 7 gift subs in the channel.
Whatever. The partner party, that's what it's called. I'm so sorry. It is late for me. Did we meet each other? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, at the TwitchCon, at the partner party. It was with Brett and Rhizome. I don't know if there's anybody else that was there. Oh, me. I was the other person. I was drunk. I'm so sorry. No, you're totally good. I'm also tired, which is essentially being drunk, but like less fun. I'm sorry. Okay, focus up, chat. I need to order my food real quick.
this is how racist attitudes continue to thrive. Okay?
Hold on, run it back. The chatter just sent me the middle of his talking about this. Chatter's logged from 2022. They may be real.
Fear from others. I'm keeping my head down.
Oh my goodness, he's talked about this for a while.
9/11, okay? And it's not just about me.
So endemic in our city that when we hear it, we know not whether the words were spoken by a Republican or a Democrat. We know only that it was spoken in the language of politics of this city. In an era of ever diminishing bipartisanship, it seems that Islamophobia has emerged as one of the few areas of agreement. And while I appreciate
this is the unfortunate consequence of eating. This is what I was talking about. You eat it for months and months and months, right? And you say enough. Enough. The fuck are we doing? You keep presenting me as like a barbaric Muslim that is going to do 9/11, okay? And it's not just about me. It's 1 in 8 New Yorkers that are also Muslim that you're attacking like this. And enough is enough. And immediately motherfuckers go, wow, what is he trying to be the mayor of all Muslims, dude? This is what I was talking about. Okay? This is what I was talking about. This is why you fucking eat it, okay? You're like, do I just keep my head down and let this...
I will say, this is slightly how I feel about what Hassan said today. Also, about just eating it. I think, I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard way to. It's a hard conversation to have because it's literally a conversation that white people will never understand, right? Because like they don't have to. They're not faced with that decision, right? But like when you are like a young black kid, right? Your parent tells you like if you like go to school, you pull your pants up, you know. You button your top button. You always drive at 10 and 2. Like, it's essentially respectability, right? It's you live in this era of like, or understanding of respectability politics, and that if you operate within the bounds and the confines of white supremacy, then you will spare yourself the rod of marginalization, and you will be able to live a full and free life, right? And that is essentially what Hassan is describing here. And I'm not saying that to say that he's wrong, right? Because like, what other option do you have if you're literally Zoran Mamdani? So I mentioned that in this stream, it's almost impossible for straight white men to understand. Yeah. Like if you're Zoran Mamdani, like what do you do? Do you just, try to stick it to like white supremacy and then not get elected and then not make change? Or do you adhere to the confines of what white supremacy expects of you, and you accept and you take the smears and the attacks and the Islamophobia, right, that you're getting to hopefully make things a little bit better? You know what I mean? And it's such a hard conversation, because like, even like other people who are marginalized will be like, oh, if I was in that situation, I would just stick to my guns, and if I don't get elected, I'll show them, or what, you know what I mean? But like, it's tough. It's tough. It's a tough pull to do. Like, you gotta accept it. You have to take it. You have to to eat the harm that's being put on you, right? In order to potentially make the world a better place, right? But what frustrated me was this morning when Hassan was talking about it, or sorry, yesterday morning when Hassan was talking about it, right? And he was describing like that calculation. And that's what I'm saying. He's a Muslim socialist. He has to be careful right now, or he'll never get elected. His ass, but yeah, like, it's tough, right? But what upset me is when Hassan's talking about it, and Hassan was talking about his own personal view of it and his own struggles with, like, with respectability, right? And he says that it's an unfortunate reality that you have to eat it. Chatters don't hear that unfortunate part, right? Chatters don't hear that it's unfortunate, and it's like a thing that we have to change. It's how society is now, but it's something that we have to change. Chatters just hear, oh yeah, marginalized people need to eat it. They need to take it. They need to accept it. Shut up with their id pole and don't make it about themselves. They just need to eat it, right? So when Hassan says, sometimes you need to eat it and it sucks, Chatters hear, sometimes you need to eat it. And then they go to black people and they're like, sometimes you need to eat it, right? They go to trans people and they're like, sometimes you need to eat it. And they start regurgitating what Hassan is saying, but misunderstanding his wider point. And that's where the frustration comes from for marginalized people. Because I think that is a conversation that we should be able to have. Like, to what extent do you have to accept white supremacy? To what extent do you have to engage with white supremacy? Right? And we should be able to have that conversation, but white chatters who don't understand that, right? White, straight, cishet chatters who don't understand that are just like, oh, Hassan is telling me that marginalized people need to accept white supremacy. So I'm going to go and tell them to just accept it because Hassan told me that that's what they need to do. And that's not even what Hassan is saying. So yeah, like, maybe we'll look at it again, not today, because I gotta order my food and end stream at some point. I think Hassan himself struggles with that line, which doesn't help. Not blaming him. No, I agree, right? Because it's not. That's why I empathize with Hassan directly, right? I see myself in Hassan when he's talking about this, right? Because Hassan sees Zoran Mamdani, who I think he sees himself in, right? He's like, if I was in that position, right, and he sees the smears that he gets, right, for being a Muslim socialist man, and he's like, right, I understand why Zora Mandani is doing what he was doing. And if I was in that position, I would do the same thing. And he talks about it. He said that he wouldn't identify as a socialist if he went back in time. Right? Because of how he's viewed and how Zora Mandani is viewed. Right? So I do see Hassan struggle with like what that line is for like, how much do you eat? Right? How much respectability do you exhibit in order to make change? And this is actually something that I've talked about in my video on respectability politics. You know? Right? Like at the tail end of this video, I have an entire section where I you know what I mean? Where I defend respectability politics, where I acknowledge the harm. You know what I mean? He doesn't say that he would do the same thing. He said he disagreed with Zora eating for so long into the campaign just a few minutes ago on that stream. Well, yeah, okay, he didn't say you do the same thing, but it's something that he thinks about. It's kind of my point. You consider yourself a role model. Hassan doesn't. Hassan just wants to talk and have people come to a conclusion. I mean, Hassan is a role model, right? It's not like a label that you ascribe yourself. It's a position that you hold, right? The same way that like Hassan is an influencer, right? He may not consider himself an influencer, but like he has influence. So he has less of a choice for that. Now, fundamentally, black people do not benefit from respectability politics, but white people do. It operates as a way to shift the blame from those doing the oppressing onto the oppressed. Anyway, I'm not gonna play this section. It's a long section, but you know you should watch it. I'll play this instead.
This continue.
The
And if I'm keeping my head down,
Bakery, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Also, I think I missed other gifted
21 gift subs in the channel.
Oh god, oh jeez. Midnight Squirrels, thank you for the 5 gifted. And DQ Tip, thank you for the tier 1. A Sweaty Weeb. Get it? We for like a French. Thank you for the prime. And Hyper Potions, thank you for the prime. And Fluffy Oatmeal Cookies, thank you for the prime as well. What up, y'all? Thank you for the prime. This is the first time I haven't come to one up to really openly chat over 10 months, and I appreciate seeing a place I can feel heard after so long, just to feel like it's not worth hitting the keyword. Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you're in here, chatter. I felt that way as well.
Letting this continue, what kind of harm is that bringing upon people like myself, people from the same background?
Actually, I'm running it back because that's a good point, actually.
Keeping my head down and letting this continue, let's fucking eat it, okay? You're like, do I just keep my head down and let this continue? And if I'm keeping my head down and letting this continue, what kind of harm is that bringing upon people like myself, people from the same background?
Exactly. Right? That is also a part of the calculation, right? And so it's not just simple it's not just as simple as, you know, oh, just be in the confines of white supremacy and, you know, get elected or get to a higher position, you know, be a black face in a high place or whatever in order to like make change, because you will then be allowing or feeding back into white supremacy in that way. It's not an easy conversation. It's not an easy thing to think about, right? The problem is that I don't think the chat is equipped to deal with that conversation. Honestly. Like I genuinely do not think the chat is equipped to deal with the conversation about the nuances between engaging with systems of oppression, right, in order to change them, and actually standing by your morals and fighting for oppressed peoples against that system and what that balance actually is. The discomfort is the point. But I don't think that they're not ready for the conversation because they're uncomfortable. I don't think they're not ready for the conversation because they won't allow themselves to be uncomfortable. Right? That's what the difference is. To be fair, they could how could they get it? On the other hand, I see active refusal to learn. Exactly. Exactly.
That's the double bind that you're always in. If you ever address shitty behavior from others, okay? If you ever address your own marginalization, if you ever address the experience that you have, there are always going to be people that go, the fuck, dude? Why are you bringing this up? You're really fucking up the vibes. You know, this was a joyful candidacy.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't feel good, is my point. Okay.
Yeah. And even if you don't do that, right, there's still a good chance you lose. Kamala Harris didn't do that, right? She was being shit on unjustly from the right constantly and justly from the left. Don't get me wrong. Don't mistake me. I don't like that lady. You know what I mean? But like, she never, and this is the problem. Kamala, I think, didn't strike the correct balance. You feel me? Kamala didn't strike the correct balance. She never spoke about like racial oppression. She thought, oh, if I just run a campaign like a white man, people will treat me like a white man. You know what I mean? And that just wasn't the case. So she got racism. She was hit with a ton of racism, but she never combated that racism because she didn't want to engage on the basis of race. And she was a bad candidate. You know? So she couldn't actually attack or she couldn't address the smears from the right because she didn't want to actually engage with the fact that she was a Black South Asian woman, right? And she couldn't engage with the attack from the left because she was pro-genocide and a terrible candidate. So she lost support from both sides because she's a loser.
This is also part of the reason why I spent the last 2 hours explaining my own personal experience with this stuff as a person who is the
She
recipient
only talked
of
about
it
race in
for
regards
the
to her
last
plan to protect crypto investments in Black men, right? Yes, but even then, she wasn't engaging with like her personal experience with race. You know, Kamala didn't engage like a white man. She had Megan Thee Stallion working on stage, just bad looks all around. No, she did. You know what I mean? That singular campaign style was not indicative of her wider campaign. You feel me? It just wasn't. Like her having Megan Thee Stallion on stage is not her campaigning like a Black woman, chatter. Right? That's Hillary Clinton shit. Like legitimately, that's Hillary Clinton shit. Like that's Pokemon go to the polls shit. Like that adherence to like celebrity pop culture as a crutch is the same thing that Hillary Clinton did. It wasn't exactly like Megan Thee Stallion, but it was the same. It was the same thing. Are we best with Beyonce? No, probably. It's tokenizing in a way. Yeah, it was. Just read the New York Times. She wants to run again. America, what are you doing? You know what? Let her run. We're already a clown country. We are already a clown country. Why not? Why not? You know? Wasn't even a good avenue for pop culture, though. It fed into the narratives from the right and didn't bring more support from the left. It's further tokenized the campaign. But I mean, like, that would have happened if she just had a black woman at all. Like if like her having Beyonce and stuff did the same thing, you know. So I don't think that that was her leaning into like or combating the narratives of being like a black woman, right? She could have leaned into it, right? She could have leaned into like going to an HBCU and being black culture or being in black culture. The problem is I don't think she was actually in black culture. Like, I think she was superficially like an AKA, which I could talk about AKAs and all Divine Nine sororities and fraternities and their adherence to respectability politics and black excellence and things of that nature. But I won't. But I won't. Let's continue.
Last 2 years with all of my fucking colleagues standing idly by and not even letting out a peep. Okay? Not even once letting out a fucking peep for a position that I maintained, a position that is now the majority position, a position that colleagues of mine that were silent about out of fear that they would be yelled at, that they now can openly declare they're in support of.
That feels like a subtweet, chat. Chat, does that read as a subtweet to anybody else?
Okay?
Run it back.
Not once.
I'll run it back.
The mind that we're silent about as now for a position that I maintain even once and not even letting out a peep. Okay? Not even once letting out a fucking peep for a position that I maintained, a position that is now the majority position, a position that colleagues of mine that were silent about out of fear that they would be yelled at, that they now can openly declare they're in support of. Okay? Not once did a single motherfucker turn around and go, Twitch are terrorists. That seems like a little crazy that you just have a bunch of
Babylon Martyr, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello.
Arab Muslim content creators and you're comparing them to terrorists. This doesn't seem like a fun game. This seems pretty fucking racist as a matter of fact. Okay? And not a single fucking person spoke out on it. And to this day, they do not.
True.
And they never
True.
will.
True.
And I just ate it every fucking day.
True. True. And this is exactly why the chat gets so upset on Hassan's behalf. I do think Hassan's chat can get very parasocial and defend Hassan and go too far to defend Hassan. But like, this is exactly why, right? Because the truth is that people don't speak up on his behalf when it comes to stuff like that. I do, because it's racism, and I will call out racism when it happens to anybody. Right? But like, people Hassan calls his friends didn't speak up about it, on his behalf. Also, thank you. It's for 100%. I appreciate that. I hope your stream was good. Because no one else is going to do it. Besides you, of course. No, there's a few of us. You know? But yeah. This is something that, like, I think this is an example of something that, like, Hassan doesn't talk about, but I think, not that that hurts his feelings or whatever, but, like, something that he notices, that he's aware of, right? That he's isolated. Would you say Cutie was unqualified to speak on it? I never said Cutie was unqualified to speak on anything. The conversation that we had before was that Cutie doesn't speak on stuff like that, and so it comes across as she is unqualified to speak on stuff. That's how the audience views it, and that's why they got mad at her, right? I never said she was actually unqualified. I never said she was actually uneducated, right? I never said that she was actually unequipped to deal with these conversations. I'm just saying that that's how the audience perceives her because she doesn't cover it or cover politics or talk about politics or do educational content explicitly. That's just what the audience sees. Right? I don't know the intricacies of how well Cutie can combat racism. I also won't speak to that because I haven't seen it. I don't know.
Knowing full well that if you bring it up and you say, hey, this is kind of fucked up, they'll make a larger conversation about it. Okay? Other content creators have called for my deportation, consistently called me a fucking terrorist, laughed about it like it's fucking jokes. Not a fucking peep from anybody. Okay? Not a peep from anyone.
No, you're good. I can understand how you got that take. I just want to make that clear. I never said that like Cutie was like or shouldn't speak up on behalf of like Hassan or on politics or whatever. Right? I would just analyze. I didn't make any statements about like what Cutie should or should not have said, except I wouldn't have commented on the award thing. But that's just me, right? It's purely just like why were people upset? And I was going through the reasons why people were upset.
This is how racist attitudes continue to thrive, okay? And at a certain point, you got to stand up for yourself. So I'm proud that Zoran's doing this. Because if you don't do it, everyone's going to think it's totally fine. 26% of adults, like, look. Oh my God. 26% of adults in the New York City metro area identify as religiously unaffiliated. Call them bigots, idiots, and publicly and publicize your politics. Otherwise, you're playing into identity politics. Also, don't insult me. I insulted nobody. Brother, that's the problem. You don't think that this
I mean, you were right, chat. They literally okay, they're doing the exact same. Okay, you were right. You were correct. This chatter is doing the exact same thing to Hassan and Zora Mamdani that chatters were doing to me. The moment you speak about the rate, and this is actually exactly what Hassan is talking about. The moment you speak about your own lived experience, it's immediately reduced down to being identity politics and not worth engaging with. And just how frustrating that is. Like they're doing it to Hassan directly. This guy has been watching Hassan for 5 years. I think he might have been following Hassan before I was following Hassan.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I...
You know what I mean?
I_is_CapKit just subscribed. Oh shit. We toddler level now. Pog you.
I just gotta think for the 26 months. We weren't kidding. That's crazy. They pulled the identity politics line and said Zora Mamdani is doing identity politics for saying, hey, I'm getting Islamophobia. It's frustrating because identity politics is actually really important, but people think identity politics just means race reductionism. Only POC can use identity politics when they failed by their leaders and others do not have a pass. Funny enough, it doesn't happen when he talks about other people's identities. That's crazy. There's another closing in the audience that is of apathy towards identity politics. I agree. I do. I do think, like, again, I'm not sitting here saying that every single black person is 100% always correct on black issues. And that you must listen to every black person when it comes to a black issue or whatever. Right? But when you have an audience that makes it their mission to, like, disparage identity politics as a general concept, right? Like, of course they're going to end up turning around and doing it for every other issue, right? They won't just stop with black people. They won't stop with just saying black people are doing identity politics. You know what I mean? They'll just go and say that, like, Zora Mamdani is Muslim and he's doing Muslim identity politics by saying, hey, it's racist for you to say or to you to laugh when someone says that I would have cheered during 9/11 too. You know what I mean? And they're like, if you address that, it's identity politics. But if you don't address that, right? And this is the thing. This is what Hassan said as well. If you, as a black person or as a Muslim person or as a trans person, if you don't address that when it happens, all of the younger black people, right? Muslim people, trans people, women, non-binary people, right? They see that and they think that's like, oh, okay, that's just how it is. You know what I mean? They see that and they're just like, I guess that's just how it is. I guess we can't say anything about it. Right? I mean, Zoran gets Islamophobia, but I guess that's just how it is. I guess Islamophobia is just how it is. And that's not really the message that you want to send to younger, you know, black and brown people, to Muslims, to trans people. You don't want to send that message to them that like it's not a fight worth fighting, right? I'm not fighting this fight right now because I have a larger mission, but like you are very well can fight this fight, and you should fight this fight, right? But then you have people like this, leftists like this, being like, oh, identity politics though. Is identity politics when your opponents are racist/phobic and using your own identity against you? At what point are people allowed to stand up for themselves? Apparently, according to this chatter, never. Literally, according to this chatter, you can never talk about the smears being like racist or Islamophobic or homophobic or whatever, because you're doing identity politics, and don't you dare take away from class. Wait, let's just think that minorities fighting racism is identity politics. I know, it's insanity. That's insanity, bro. Yeah.
This is insulting. No one should be able to stand up for themselves after.
Oh, yeah, Hassan uploaded a video addressing the community's concerns. Sorry, I just opened up my Discord. Addressing the recent community concerns. Hey, well, you made this yesterday. I didn't have to sit through scrubbing through the VOD. I really hope this is good at it. I mean, you can check and let me know.
Constantly.
Long video? It is a long video.
Being on the receiving end of racialized attacks over and over again. Do you not understand? I mean, you don't. Clearly, you don't understand it. Address the issue. Address the argument. Should a Muslim candidate say, hey, 1 out of 8 New Yorkers is Muslim, we're getting a little out of hand with this Islamophobic line of attack, don't you think? Because, like, if Zoran was Jewish, okay, let's use that as an example. Zoran is running for mayor of New York. Let's say
video that it is probably good. So talk about identity politics. You're gonna make white people feel bad, and it's not practice. It's only class struggle and not racial. You can't. Yeah. It's just so upsetting. So is identity politics only a thing because of whiteness? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Identity politics is only a thing because of whiteness. Like objectively. Yeah, so identity politics everything, or is everything. Ignore race because I'm white, and it makes me feel bad. That's literally what like leftists or white leftists say. They say, hey, we should do this thing like reparations for black people, and they say, excuse me, but have you considered that I'm white and I'm struggling too, and you not catering directly to my needs right now, specifically directly, is actually making me feel super sad and alienated. I heard that from a rich Asian person too. White supremacy. Have you considered that it's unfair to me for on an issue that's unrelated to me? Exactly. What I am saying is skin color isn't the only identity. I mean, you're right. You're correct. It's not the only identity, but it's still white supremacy. Right? White supremacy doesn't stop and start at skin color. Like, Zohar Mamdani being faced with Islamophobia is white supremacy. You know? It is. I don't know if there's a way that I can explain it right now by being as tired as I am right now. Right? But just know that it is white supremacy. So what I'm saying is Interpol is important for the time. Oh, well, I mean, I agree with you. Like I'm pro identity politics. Like from a what the word was originally supposed to mean, which is describing how identities intersect with politics. I'm pro that. I think that's good. I thought everyone hated identity politics. People do hate identity politics because I think people hate identity politics because of the overcorrection that you saw from white people during the BLM era, BLM movement. But I actually have this written down as well. Let me see. Is this it? No. Wait, hold on. Oh, I said, I don't like people pretending that there's this Machiavellian desire from black people to demand white people understand the harm that they've caused. Y'all apologize if I messed up, but I'm not going to do that if overcorrecting. Not gonna do that overcorrecting feet washing shit. Like, sure, I don't know why you assume that this is what black people were expecting, but it goes back to the leave it in 2025 or leave it in 2020 era thought process that we somehow went too far fighting for black liberation, but still it all centers whiteness. White people feet washing went to white people saying that it's too far, went to white people abandoning all considerations for black liberation because they believed that it was a cringe struggle that was overcorrective. That's what I wrote down. It needs to be workshopped. But like, yeah, so basically what it was that like there was slight acknowledgement of black struggle during 2020, during the BLM movement. And then you had some white people overcorrect by like, you know, washing black people's feet or whatever. And like the kente cloth and like the black fist and stuff. And stuff of that nature. And then white people saw white people do that stuff. And it was like, fuck this woke shit, I'm out, you know? Even though at no point black people were expecting white people to do feet washing, at no point were black people expecting white people to do the black squares, at no point were black people expecting white people to put on the kente cloth and like put the fist up or whatever. At no point were black people expecting white people to do that like Macklemore sound on TikTok, like I might not be the same, but that's not important. For no freedom till we're equal. Damn right, I support it. Putting up the black fist and drawing face paint. Like black people weren't expecting this. That was not an expectation from black people. But white people saw other white people doing this and then abandoned like black liberatory struggles. And it wasn't even just black liberatory struggles, right? They abandoned police abolition. They abandoned prison abolition. They abandoned police reform. I said, try to personal reparations check every month. I am the most woke and least racist. True. What's up, Carter? You feel me? But like, they were like, okay, we're done with all of this woke nonsense, right? We've moved on now. And then they've abandoned the struggle. And now whenever white people look back on that time, they were like, I'm so glad we're not doing that woke nonsense anymore. Right? But at the truth, like, if we're gonna get down, like, if we're gonna get down to the root of it, like, that woke nonsense was like the only time where black liberatory struggles was even taken remotely seriously in this country. You know what I mean? The only time black liberatory struggles were even remotely even like floated as like real goals was during 2020. But you have white leftists who've given up that struggle because they saw like white liberals do feet washing shit. Effort is not just performative. Nah, I'm out. Yeah, it's always a vibe. And we got nothing from it. We got nothing from it. Right? So even as a marginalized person, you don't even have a say about how you would respond to racism. Because there will always be a white person in your ear telling you that you're wrong for doing it because it's identity politics. Or, right, that will co-opt your struggle and then use it for their own ends to make themselves feel good. And then other white people will look at that and then will abandon your struggle that was just and valid to begin with because that it was co-opted.
He's not Zoran. He's a Jewish guy running for mayor of New York.
Exactly.
Okay. And they keep saying like, oh, here we go again. Jews control the media. Jews control politics. Here we go again with Jewish degeneracy.
It's for April Hayes, just BLM pushback. Yeah. Yeah, they saw the overcorrection during BLM and were like, I don't want that anymore. But like, if you were anti-racist, if you were a white leftist who was anti-racist, like honestly, like you should look back fondly at that time, right? You should be like, yeah, I mean, it was a little bit silly, but like we were as close as we have been since the civil rights movement to actually getting a cohesive movement against racism. You know what I mean? You should look back fondly on that time. But the fact that a lot of white leftists look back and they look back at horror, right? They look back and they're like, I'm so glad we're not doing that anymore. But we're not doing anything now. So we went from like 2% liberation to 0% liberation, and you're happy about that. Just because it makes you feel a little bit more comfortable. I don't know.
He has his
I think
tentacle.
a lot of leftists have never really read any intersectional theory ever. It's just true. Yeah, I agree.
And everything.
But honestly, like I think most leftists haven't read any theory at all. If we're being entirely real, I think most leftists have not picked up a book. Like I would be happy if they were actually like people were like, don't just read Marx, don't just read Marx, don't just read European theorists. Like, no. I would be happy if you were reading Marx, like legitimately. That would be a step in the right direction if you were reading something. If you were engaging with politics outside of just watching content online, that would make me happy. Always said Assange gave chat homework unironically. Yeah. At least that means you've read in the first place. Exactly. Barely any leftists read anything by. Hold on, my food's here.
Thing. And he came out and was like, yo, we got to stop with this fucking anti-Semitism. Like, there are a lot of Jewish New Yorkers who feel unsafe. Everybody would fucking understand what's going on there. Okay? The fuck? Not everything is id, Paul, is what I'm saying. Sometimes it's all right to just like take a back seat and be like, okay, maybe there is a valid concern here. All right? Especially if this person has already presented a vision that you abide by, the vision that you like, you know, even if you don't fully comprehend it. Yeah. Sometimes it's not identity politics if you're getting called a jihadist who wants to do 9/11 to Electric Boogaloo every fucking day of the week. Okay? It's all right that you can be like, this is irredeemable shit that people are engaging in. The problem is, and I'm sure Zoran knows this very well, as do I, from my own personal experiences, the moment that you do stand up for yourself, a lot of people do check out. Okay? A lot of people check out. So you just kind of have to eat it. So what do? Like, especially in the field of politics, like I'm sure, maybe I'm too cynical. Maybe I'm far too cynical on this, but I do think that
honestly, okay, chat. Do you want to know the actual real take here? Hassan's a boomer. He's not cynical enough? No, he's cynical because he's a boomer. That's it. He reminds me of my parents. Right? He's jaded because he's older and he's experienced more life. And he was like, he isn't though. No, he's older. That's what it is. That's why he has this take. You just have to eat it sometimes, and that's just how the cookie crumbles, and it is what it is. Because like, you're gonna lose people when you talk about racism, so you just don't really talk about it. Like that's boomerness. Maybe when in 10 years when I'm Hassan's age, I'll say the same thing. But like I genuinely think that it's because he's older. So that he's only 2 years older than me. Is it an older marginalized person take? Yeah. I think he's jaded. I mean, that's just what I said. Does he feel old? I went to back interview. Which one? No, but like he grew up in a different time where most people did just have to eat it. Yeah. Well, they were talking like he's like freaking 90, but like it's true. Right? It's because he's white or wants to be white or whatever. No, I don't agree with that. He's 5,000-year-old. True. You grew up post 9/11, so it makes sense. I mean, I understand it. Millennials are the new boomers, high key. Yeah. When is IPO going to be the new coded slur for minorities? Oh, it's getting there, chatter. Don't worry. Don't worry. But yeah, no, I think that's why he has this take. You know, he has that jadedness. Foreign alien said talked about Hassan and TLDR that he should like to take breaks. We're gonna watch it tomorrow. If I get up on time. Which means I have to end stream. I was literally just stalling until my food got here. And now I have my food. And so now I'm going to send you elsewhere, chatters. So I hope you like Tina Kitten. Trying to give you the second win. True. I don't even know if Tina's live. I'm just talking on the side of my neck. Oh, she is. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 people on my follow list that are live. That's so funny. I'd never stream at this time. All right, chat. How long was the stream today? Well, I don't remember. It was 4 hours, bro. That's insanity. It's 5 a.m. on the East Coast. Even the Raiders today, by the way. Oh, of course. Don't let my voice crack. It's because it's late. Yeah, of course. I don't know what the NBA mafia gambling scandal is. But if that's it, chat, then I'll catch y'all on the flip side. I will be back. Wait, okay, so it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I would have to wake up in 4 hours to start stream again, to stream at my normal time. Do you think I'll do it? Do you think I'll wake up on time? And if I do you think I'll stream? No, but you'll try. I respect that. No. Clovers go hard. This is Wendy's. I'm gonna hop on Polybet just for that. Don't hop on Polybet. Don't gamble online, chat. Do not gamble online. It is a bad thing to do. Don't do that. If you're gonna gamble, first of all, don't gamble. But if you're gonna go gamble, go somewhere in person where they can physically cut you off. But yeah, if that's it, I'll catch y'all later. I want to eat my food. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. Adios. How do I enter it? Oh.